Hello and welcome everyone to the Women's of the eRena featuring Fortnite. We are back once again. Of course, I have Necra here joining me, and we're going to be casting 6 awesome tournaments coming up. This is the largest ever all-women Fortnite event with a $75,000 prize pool. And Necra, probably most importantly, this is a no-build tournament. We've already seen a few of those. It's definitely going to be shaking some things up.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I feel like I have never seen a resurgence of Fortnite like this, and especially when they removed building. I have just seen so many people so involved and practicing and playing, and I just can't wait to see what these women are up to when it comes to playing Fortnite with no builds.
Oh yeah, lots of things that we're going to be watching today, everyone. Of course, the no builds, but let's actually talk a little bit about the format that we're going to be seeing here. I already said it. It's 6 games, Necra, which is pretty standard in these kind of tournaments.
Yeah, for sure. But we also have 33 trios, and so it's going to be so exciting to see these trios be competing against each other over these 6 games. And of course, as you mentioned, Kelly, we've got that $75,000 prize pool to give out to these trios today. It's going to be so much fun.
Oh yeah, it's going to be really cool. And you know, the last Women's of the eRena, it was a squads event, so that's 4 players. We've seen in the FNCS recently that it's been duos. So to have it be trios, you know, I feel like it's chapter 2 all over again. I personally like trios. I think that it's the most fitting for the competitive role sense, where you have the shot caller, you have kind of the healer and like the mule, and then of course the aimer, the person that frags everyone out. But speaking of teams fragging people out, we have to actually look at the teams that are going to be competing today, because it is 99 of the best players in Fortnite. And just looking at some of these names up top, Elixa, Loserfruit, Fafsa, I mean, Necra, a lot of these names are jumping out to me.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I feel like first and foremost, we've got to talk about Elixa, right? Elixa is one of the players that is actually part of the winning squad last time around. And so getting a chance to see her come back and compete with her trio today, I think is going to be really, really exciting. I mean, there's just so many other names that pop out here, though, Kelly.
Oh yeah, Loserfruit to me. I mean, not only does she have her own Icon series skin in Fortnite, which is this super cool rainbow themed skin, but she has been competing in Fortnite since 2018. She was part of the E3 Party Royale, she was part of the Summer Skirmish series, and as you've already said, she got first place with Team Somerset in the last Women's of the eRena, so definitely going to be looking at that name right there.
Yeah, and I mean, what about Sailor Nat, though, too, right? Sailor Nat is also going to be one of our captains for today, and so her trio is obviously going to be Biza and also Sophia. And so taking a look at how they're going to compete today also, I think, makes me really, really excited about all these trios today.
Oh yeah, another player that we have to take a quick look at is going to be One Shot Girl, but she's going to be taking way more than one shot here. Really excited to see how she is going to be competing in this no build. Like, that's the thing, like a lot of these players we've seen perform really well before, but this is no builds. It's practically a new tournament.
Oh, 100%. So I feel like everybody has to come in with a different type of strategy. But one more captain I want to shout out here is Fastfee. You've got the team of Fastfee, Shez, and also it's Catgirl. And so I can't wait to see them compete today as well.
Ooh, also that I've never seen that yellow Fortnite jacket before. That was awesome. I definitely need to hit up Fastfee and see exactly where she got that jacket from, because that was really cool right there. But that is the roster that we're going to be taking a look at, and we have to talk about predictions, Necra.
Oh, yeah. I mean, who's going to win today? I feel like that's a really, really tough call, especially when you take a look at how these teams are stacked against each other. But you know what? I kind of want to put my money on Mama Benji Fishy. You know, that was another captain we didn't get a chance to talk about yet, but she's here with a trio of her own. And Kelly, I know you saw Mama Benji Fishy in FNCS, so like, how did that go?
I mean, she's a great player. For those of you that don't know, and if you don't watch the FNCS over in Europe, which is arguably the most competitive region in all of the FNCS, Benji Fishy is regarded as one of the top players and definitely one of the top streamers, and his mother alone also joins in the competition. And you know, I think competing against all the rest of these incredible players right here, we're definitely going to see her show up just a little bit.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. So like, I don't know, I feel like that's my prediction right there, is Mama Benji Fishy is going to absolutely stomp the competition today.
You know, I'm sure some people in chat are going to say that I'm taking the easy pick, but Alexa got first place last time. So I'm going to go that route. I'm definitely thinking Alexa is going to have a great performance here today.
I think you're right about that one too. Honestly, though, when you take a look at all of these trios, I really feel like you can't go wrong. And I really can't wait to get into the action, Kelly. It's going to be so exciting.
Yeah, everyone, if you guys are just joining us, thank you for coming here and being a part of this. It is the largest all-women's Fortnite tournament ever. $75,000 is up for grabs right now. And I believe first place is going to be walking away with $12,000. That is a nice chunk of change for those three ladies that grab that first place prize. But second place, it's $9,000, third is $6,000, and then going down from there, it's incrementally smaller. So everyone is going to be walking away with a little something.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I just, oh my gosh. And I feel like it's just a great place to be able to experience what no build Fortnite looks like, right? Well, we can't build, so it really comes down to how you rotate, your positioning, and also how you frag out to get those eliminations, Kelly. I'm not the best builder. I'm really not. So when I heard that Fortnite was going to have a no build mode, and I mean, I got so excited. I've been playing so much lately.
And it's not just the no builds that's going to be changing things up. Obviously, with the lack of building, they're going to have to add more mobility. So there's a lot of new mechanics in the game right now, as well as blimps that have zip lines attached to it, those incredible siege cannons. I know that not too many people are a fan of the tank or the armored bus, but both of those are banned, so you guys aren't going to have to worry about that today.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of them either, so it's a really nice thing to see that, can't use the armor bus, can't use the tanks, and I think we're all set there. But I also really like the overshield mechanic as well, so I think that's another great feature of no build Fortnite, is that you talked about the mobility, but what about extra ways to protect yourself? And so overshield is one of those incredible mechanics that you get kind of just an extra bit of health on top of everything, and it also recharges, which I think is the best part.
Oh, yeah, and then you got the shoulder bash, you have vaulting, or what they call mantling, and then, of course, a slew of new guns that I'm sure everyone has had some time to experience and try out, although, personally, I think the SMG is going to be the star once again, because spray and pray definitely seems to be the play style a lot of people are going for.
Yeah, I think that might be the play. That might really be the strat for sure. But these are all of our captains that are competing today. As a reminder, we've got 33 trios, and we talked about a couple of the different captains that have their own teams. We talked about Alexa, Loser Fruit, Sailor Nat, One Shot Girl, Fastfee, Mama Benji, Fishy. But there's so many other incredible names, like the Peach Cobbler stands out to me, Kelly. We saw Reddish as well do such a great job at one of our previous Women of the eRena events, and so getting a chance to see a lot of these players come back is also incredibly exciting.
Yeah, honestly, victory royales are very important. We should say that eliminations are just 1 point each, so this isn't going to be a very elimination-heavy game, but for victory royales, it is 25 points. So, although with no building, we're expecting a little bit more action, I think players are going to play a little bit safer in this tournament just because of how important those victory royales are. But everyone, again, once again, thank you guys for joining us here. We're going to be tossing it to a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to have game number 1 ready to go for Women's of the eRena featuring Fortnite. So don't go anywhere. And welcome back once again, everyone, to the Women's of the eRena featuring Fortnite. You guys have waited. We appreciate your patience, and we are ready to go for game number 1, Necra.
Oh, we are. And I'm so excited to be jumping into the battle bus and seeing where all of these trios are going to be landing, because the map is just so incredible when you get a chance to look at how it has changed and evolved for this chapter.
Oh, yeah, especially if you're a Marvel fan. We got the Daily Bugle right there. If you're a Fortnite fan, you're probably looking for something like Tilted Towers. But here we have it, taking a look at E-Girl Batchy, which is so funny to me. So in the most recent tournament of the FNCS, we had a player called E-Girl Obama make it to the finals. So I'm loving the E-Girl representation right now.
I am too. I'm also enjoying maybe the blimp representation that we're going to get a chance to see here as we hop into E-Girl Batchy's view and perspective, and I really like the blimps. I actually, you know what, they're a little hit or miss for me, not gonna lie. But looks like there's already a little bit of a scuffle here, as that's not an NPC, Kelly.
Ooh, already down, but she still has 2 of her teammates to go. Hopefully they have some vision on where that opponent is, and yes, they do. Maddie getting a little low right there. Her shields are down, but it looks like she is going to do it. Oh, no. Oh, the team goes out. That's part of the blimp issue, though. You got to be careful.
Absolutely. Oh. Wait, there looks like there might be another. Oh, no, okay. It looks like it is just going to be this duo here.
Yeah, this trio here, and Malinky
Peach Cobbler's trio.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, that was a tough skirmish to be a part of, though. But it looks like they are going to be pretty heavily rewarded here. I really like seeing that blue shotgun pickup. I think that's going to be really helpful if you're going to be in close range with another trio. But that might just be the blimp cleared out here, Kelly.
I believe so, and a lot of people are going to be looking towards the blimps. Obviously, with those cannons, you have a lot of mobility options, as well as just some fun range combat. But I think we do have some opportunities for that team that did go out real early, because they are near Condo Canyon, and it looks like no one else is landing around here. So I think just 2 teams kind of picked the exact same spot right there. Next game, they can easily just land in Condo Canyon, kind of ignore the blimp, and have an easier start.
Yeah, that's always a great spot to be in when you're not landing too hot. And as you said, Kelly, I feel like a lot of these trios really are going to be playing it a bit more safely, so that they are going to be able to just kind of, you know, do what they can. It looks like we're taking a look at a different blimp here over Rocky Reels, and it's pretty hotly contested, Kelly. I don't know if these trios are quite aware that they might be right on top of each other.
Yeah. Looks like they're pretty good right now, and you can even see another team a little bit southwest of them. They're just taking some easy peeks, of course.
Yeah, just a little bit. I feel like you just kind of have to keep an eye out. And I think one of the things that I really love about this chapter is also some of the weapons have the thermal scope. And so I love being able to utilize those, and you get a really good lay of the land, and also a really nice view of where everybody else is if you have any enemy trios around you.
Oh, yeah. We got the thermal scoped AR, and I believe there's also a thermal scoped revolver as well. Shockwave grenades, and then, of course, the Storm Scout sniper rifle. I was a little disappointed when they took snipers out of competitive Fortnite, so to see it come back makes me happy.
I feel like you have to, though, for this chapter, right? If you're not going to have any builds, like, you got to use the verticality somehow, right? And so I love that you get to use just the natural architecture of the map to really utilize those weapons. And you can see Reddish as well over in Tilted Towers, just getting a nice view, kind of taking a look at what's around. Oh, and also immediately spots another trio heading into the building.
Now, do they go for the aggressive? It looks like they're just going to play it a little safely right now and just keep taking some peeks. They did have a good angle on the opponents, but maybe they don't want them to know that they're in this blimp right now. So instead, just going to be taking some looks around, maybe take this fan up to the top of the blimp to get even a better viewpoint.
It's like all the trio might be heading up there.
Ooh. Oh, that'd be exciting. So maybe these 3 are jumping up to the top right now so the trio can make their way into the blimp and be unaware. Ooh, actually, I don't know if she... Oh, looks like they are dropping down indeed. I'm hoping that they're going for the aggressive right here. But instead, just going to be going for some of those mats. Of course, you're going to need that. Oh, actually, no, you're
You
not.
don't need
Building's
those.
gone.
Hey, it's an old habit. It's an old habit, Kelly.
Right, I was like, oh, those hard builds. Of course you want that.
Honestly, I thought the same thing, and I was like, wait a minute. Well, no, we don't need those in this chapter of Fortnite. Oh, I love it. Now, I guess...
Reddish art?
I don't know why then. Maybe just to have something to do.
Oh no, and it looks like Melly Pew actually went down, but I don't think she went down to opponents. So Girly Bella going to be able to get a pretty easy revive right here. And taking another look, looks like they're trying to ping a building where they think the opponents might be. But instead, they're just going to be going and searching around right now. I don't think they're going to find anything too easily because that other team was already there. But you can see some of the mobility changes already in the game with that sprint.
Yeah, I love the sprint feature. Oh, looks like we've got a little bit of action over here. Lavish Lily and Co. dealing with a wolf, but also dealing with another trio right away. Got a lot of good loot here that they can take a look at. I like that.
And to do it right next to the reboot van, where I'm guessing their opponent was trying to revive one of their teammates, unfortunately not able to.
Yeah, they gotta move quickly though. The storm is going to be closing in, but at least this is the first storm, so it's not gonna hurt too bad. But you definitely want to make sure that you can keep your health up as a... You just don't want to have to use those med sprays too early, you know? They also have that limited amount of health that they can give back to you, so it's good to hold on to those.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, if you can, save all of your heals. And using that jump right there to try and make it... She's so close to that wall, and just there we go. Look at that beautiful slide mechanic. That's really... Using the advantage of all these new mobility mechanics is really going to make or break a lot of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first it was hot peppers, right? I feel like that was a really big way that a lot of these players could get mobile and move around the map easier. But now it really is about making sure that you just do what you can with the slide and the jump and the mantling. But, oh, maybe just taking a little bit of a pit stop here. What is Lily looking for? Maybe a bit of an upgraded weapon?
It's quite possible, but instead we're actually going to be taking a quick look at some combat going on. And yes, there is the sniper scope. I love to see it, taking a quick peek at a team. And although they are out of zone, they're not too far, so I think that they're probably going to stick around here, especially since that opposing team knows where they are located. So they're going to kind of rotate south a little bit, although they are splitting a little bit. I don't know what that third teammate is doing up north. Hopefully she'll be able to rotate with the rest of her team, because you do not want to get caught out in the storm, especially when you're that close to another team. But no, she's going for it, taking a few shots there. Good job from Omen G. It's Nightmare. Oh, and the zip line, but she is going to take a few hits, Necra.
Yeah, she takes a couple of shots at her from that trio, but it does look like she's going to be able to make a getaway. And I really actually like the split that happened there between It's Nightmare as well as the rest of the trio. I think that It's Nightmare almost played a little bit as bait to be able to allow the rest of the trio to get away, knowing that the zip line was there. So just kind of directed that trio's attention away from the trio that was trying to escape. But let's actually take a look at that trio that they were shooting at's perspective. We've got Fastbee here. It was Fastbee's trio. And
yeah,
we definitely know where they are now, but I feel like they are kind of going for like a pincer attack onto Fastbee's trio.
Yeah, they were. At first I didn't agree with that split, but it definitely worked out in their favor. And now you can see that they're standing in between Fafsa's team and where that zone is rotating. I really like this play. It's kind of that, the best defense is a good offense, and maybe they'll be able to get some shots. But actually, it looks like they are going to leave now and instead just make their way into zone. But Fafsa isn't too sure yet. It feels like there might actually, I think there might. No, I think they're safe.
I think they're safe too, and I think it was really smart for, the other trio to just kind of keep moving forward. And at this point, Fastbee is going to have to make a beeline for that circle. You want to be able to get into the zone as quickly as possible, but I'm sure they're going to get there as we take a look at Holly and Co.'s perspective. They might have lost. Did they lose Danny already?
I believe they did. Yes, 19 players are already out. 3 whole teams. So that means that we're going to be seeing a lot of solo or duo competitors towards the end game right here. But it looks like ready to jump into that third zone. Storm Eye is shrinking, but Holly is already in zone, so she's pretty fine. Going to take a look at Rocky Reels right now, and we were actually looking at that earlier, so I'm wondering if any of those teams that we saw are still in this location.
I feel like there might be a few trios close by. It looks like there might be a trio still up in the blimp that has decided not to move yet. And why would they? Because they are in the zone. But damage threshold is also kicked in here, Kelly. And I think that provides a really interesting component to these competitive matches. Because I feel like you have less spaces to hide when you can't build. But also almost more spaces to hide because your builds aren't giving you away.
That's very true, actually. I didn't really think of it that way. Ooh, going for the reboot. Good for you, Reigns. Never leave a man behind, of course. Or a woman behind, I should say, here at the women's of the eRena. Ooh, but Reigns does take a shot. Of course, that reboot van does have that beep beep, and you can hear it when someone is coming in. So, taking a quick look at where that shot was coming from. Reigns getting so close to getting down, but not just yet. But as I say that, Danny does go down. Holly here at almost full health is going to have to be the main component of their success. It's Carola actually taking a few shots on Zunday's team right there. So taking a new look at a different team right there. They are far above the threshold right now, but that zone is encroaching on them. And they, without the builds, are going to have to go into the fire here. Will Pink's team be able to take them down as they are in zone? Carola looks like she's actually going to be joining up her team.
I think they just have to disengage from that. It was way too dangerous with the fact that Sunday's team was just there kind of gatekeeping them a little bit from being able to get into the zone. And also, really nice find just going into the garage and trying to take the vehicle. But wait, don't leave Carola behind.
Oh, no. Oh, she hit her teammate.
Oh, no.
All right, it looks like, they're sharing some items right now. They know that Carola is a little bit low on HP, so they're giving her some... Oh, you can ride on top of it. Yes.
Yeah. You can ride on top of the car. It's great. I've seen it happen. It's fun.
This is what I want Fortnite to be. Ooh, Sailor Sophie gonna be taking a few shots. Carola, no, you should have been on the car. You should have been inside. Wow, okay. I don't know if that was intentional, but the car hit Carola up onto the mountain to get away from the viewpoint of the people taking shots on her and able to probably heal her now. That was incredible. Reigns here clearing off that player. I'm not entirely certain who it was. It looks like it was, hey, it's Shez goes down right now, but Fastfeet and Danny are still in a safe position.
Yeah, I think for Danny's trio, what was really unfortunate about that is poor Holly had like 1 HP after that engagement and then did end up going down. Hopefully they were able to grab her reboot card to be able to use later. But Fastfeet is also now down a member. And so it's a 2v2 here, right on the edge of Rocky Reels. But this is also where it looks like the zone is going to be closing in on all of our trios. We'll see how they do here, but yeah, you can see, oh my gosh, it's actually just Fastbee left, Kelly.
Yeah, and you could see that there was someone kind of peeking in her direction, but of course, the classic bush hide. Sometimes when you're down 2 players, you kind of just have to play a little passively, but we already saw it. Storm Surge, the eye is shrieking. It is a dangerous place to be in when you can't get those important Storm Surge tags. But now taking a quick look at Jenny with Gazing Nicole and Kay Moore's on Twitch. And of course, almost, I think, 98 out of the 99 women that are competing right now are all Twitch streamers. Chat, please check out some of these incredible women right here. A lot of them are great competitors and great streamers, and we appreciate your support of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I love just hanging out in these streams. They're good vibes. They're really good vibes. So hopefully you all go and check them out as we are just kind of keep an eye on this southern portion of Rocky Reels. I really like that particular location just so you can kind of catch people that are going to be rotating in from the circle. But also look at Peach Cobbler taking these massive shots through the scope. Did get a huge elimination there. And Sunday also looks like they cleaned up Fastfeet as well. And holy, they gotta run.
It was Mama Benji that they eliminated.
Oh, that's so
We
sad.
love you, Mama Benji, but that was incredible shots from the Peach Cobbler, so she deserves those eliminations right now. And with 5 eliminations on that team, it's a little rough to lose Malinke right here, and it looks like they are going to indeed. There is just 2 close teams next to that edge of zone, so it looks like they're actually going to back up a little bit. And with this being the 4th zone, they're going to be taking a lot of damage every tick right there.
Yeah, it kind of looks like they might be waiting to grab Malinke's reboot card if they can, but that is a ton of damage coming in from the storm. As now we also want to look at Girly Bella's team, as they are right on the edge of where that zone closed, barely able to make it in. But now they've got a pretty far way to go, Kelly.
They have a great loadout right now. They're at full health and they have 7 eliminations. This is a team to watch right now. They have a great position right now. You can still see where the circle is, and I believe that there's an opponent right there in which they eliminate so quickly. So although it is a far enough distance to go, it looks like if they kind of rotate on the west-hand side that there isn't going to be another opposing team right there. So that's going to be a good position to go into. Liquid Elixa, love to watch her. She's joined by Nata and Vanessa, and they have 4 eliminations right now. Pretty decent loadouts, of course, and it looks like we have a car fight.
Oh my gosh. I don't know if Vanessa is going to continue to kind of shoot there, but it looks like they were just going to try to pick up the elimination onto Sunday. And now Vanessa's just going to keep driving that car away. Nata trying to get back into the vehicle, but you can see how many trios are around this area. Straw Hat, Amber, also trying to make a run across the road. But Elixa's squad, or Elixa's trio, is really going to be going into some deep water right now, as there is somebody under the bridge. Elixa does get eliminated. Now it's up to Vanessa and Nata to deal with this trio that was right under the bridge.
It was like those trap spiders that kind of hide under a little, like, dirt or whatever, and then as soon as you peek under, bam, they got her. So rough to see Elixa right there go down, but she does still have 2 of her teammates there. I doubt that they're going to go under the bridge and try and take out that team, being a 2v3 fight. But we're going to be looking right now at Mellypew. Actually, we're going to be taking a quick look. Oh, no, back to Mellypew right here. This might be the most amount of eliminations. Oh, that's because we're looking at Girly Bella's team right now, raking up 11 eliminations.
Oh my gosh, Girly Bella is definitely a fragger, but I feel like Mellypew might be taking over that role right now in the trio, as we saw Mellypew come up a few times in the elimination feed, and also just how clean these shots are. Third party, another engagement happening across the way, but Mellypew's gonna have to watch out. That's definitely given away her location.
I think Mellypew, that was the team that was hiding underneath the bridge right there. Obviously, if you can't do builds, you got to find the best place that you can hide. But with all of these angles, you can only hide so much. And another team actually taking a quick look under the bridge. It's going to be Dengi and Games. And good peeks right there. Great shots coming out, of course. And you can see that they do have some level of protection. But my goodness, that was incredible right there.
Yeah, so I guess they realized that they have one team to their right and one team behind that barricade. And so they've got to pick and choose their battles a little bit here, because this is also a very rough position to be in. Look at those shots, though. Dengi has definitely found the other trio that was taking some shots as the players crossed that bridge, and why not try to go clean that up and get a couple more eliminations?
Yeah, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. I don't know if they're certain if there's another player there or not, but it looks like they're just going to be sure. And in fact, there is another player. Oh, is there? They're shooting that. Yes. Let's go, Dengi. I want to see it. Oh, beautiful grenade. Let's go.
Holy cow. Absolutely blowing up the barricade there. And now they're down. Now you can just go for those eliminations. Somebody was making a getaway in the truck, but don't worry. I know your teammates have this. And so they're definitely putting a lot of faith in their teammates to be able to clean up those knocks. But wow, there's so much action happening around just this bridge alone.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's only 11 players left. 4 teams right now. Even though we're just in Zone 5, the action is coming down all to this, and it looks like it's going to be a bridge battle. A lot of people trying to hide underneath that bridge, but if they get that shockwave grenade like what we just saw Dengi do, they're going to be in a bad spot, but not in a bad spot right now. It's Reddyish, Mellypew, and Girly Bella TV. They have 19 eliminations right now, and they're not slowing down just yet. It looks like it's going to be 3v3. They're slowly going going to peek though? They know that the enemy team is underneath the bridge right there. Who's going to go in? Is it going to be Ready-ish, or are they going to wait and hope that the team has to leave the bridge because zone is going to rotate away from it? It looks like they might still be. Oh, good peeks right there. I'm liking this. It's almost like a pincer, Necra.
Yeah, absolutely. Melikee is going to be able to stand on one part of the bridge to be able to get a really nice vantage point on the trio that is underneath. And you can also see there's just a little bit of a split push as Girly Bell is also keeping an eye on the other side of the bridge, just continuing to throw some of those grenades and some of those projectiles at this other trio. It's Denki Games.
Oh my gosh, yes, two of the best teams competing right now in Denki. One of their top players does go down, and it looks like Ready-ish, Melikee, and Girly Bella are gonna walk away with the first victory royale with 22 eliminations right there. That is going to be 47 points for that team, and it's only game number 1, Necra.
Yeah, and what a fast-paced game that was as well, Kelly. We didn't have to go to any of the final zones at all, and that was just such a clean battle coming out from that trio as well. Every single engagement that they got into, just amazing. They walked away with like 2 or 3 eliminations every single time.
And I love to see kind of their workarounds with these no builds, hiding underneath bridges or underneath other objectives. Of course, a lot of the bush hides are coming back from the early days of Fortnite. But great performance right there. Shout outs to Ready-ish and her team. Great job in game number 1. And we love to see all of these players compete, but we also love to have interviews and these in-depth conversations with a lot of these players. And who better to do that with than Miss Ash? So let's actually take a quick look. Miss Ash, thank you for joining us.
No, thank you for having me. Thank you so much for the beautiful intro. Kelly and Necra, you are killing it with the casting. I am enjoying it. Thank you so much for having me. But I got to chat with Glue, and it was a really, really beautiful experience. I remember when I was an up-and-coming streamer too, and getting huge opportunities like this to be a captain for a huge tournament for women. And it was a great experience getting to learn a little bit about her story. She's such a sweetheart, and she's been grinding so much with content across all platforms with TikTok, Twitch, and everything. So it was awesome to learn a little about her and her teammates. And they did such a great job in the tournament. And oh my gosh, it's been a great experience just getting to listen to all these women's stories.
I mean, yeah, it's such a cool experience, but not just to be able to watch it, but to be able to talk to other like-minded women that have, you know, the same interests, the same passions. So I'm really excited to look at this interview. Let's do just that.
Welcome in, everybody. I am Miss Ashrox, and I am chatting with Glue today. How are you doing today?
Hi there, I'm doing great today. Thank you for asking.
I'm so happy to have you. You know, you have a smaller presence on Twitter, but let's talk about how you were discovered by Fortnite and, you know, to compete in this tournament.
Yes, once I rebranded from Hooks to Glue, I made a new Twitter, started from 0, but this time I started consistently uploading onto TikTok and Twitch, or streaming on Twitch daily. And I think that's what kickstarted my growth, because I was never uploading on TikTok before, so.
I started uploading on TikTok, let's see, a year and a half ago. I was like, wow, my life has changed so much. There's a huge community on there for each game, especially the Fortnite community. So I'm glad you did that. And I can't wait to see all the growth that you get for the rest of the year and more. So that's awesome. Congrats.
Sure.
Congrats.
Thank you.
And how excited were you to be chosen as a captain for this tournament?
Honestly, I was incredibly surprised. I was chosen as captain because of my smaller following I do have across all platforms. But nonetheless, I was super grateful and happy to be picked as a captain. I think it's a great opportunity.
Oh yeah, it really is, especially with all women involved. And I hope we see more tournaments like this with more women, especially with the prize pool like this.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. everyone
we need more
excited.
and more. Yes, we need more and more. And how long have you been playing Fortnite and creating Fortnite content?
Well, I started playing Fortnite Season 3, Chapter 1, but about 3 months ago, I started picking back up Fortnite and streaming, and that's when I really got serious about it. It was 3 months ago, and the growth from 3 months ago to now is insane.
Yes.
I'm surprised.
As you deserve. As you deserve. That's amazing. Yeah, of course. And have you competed in any other prior Fortnite events?
When I was on console, I competed in console tournaments here and there, but the women's tourney event will definitely be the first one I'm taking really seriously, and we'll play all the way through.
to just hear her say that she played a few little console events here, but moving on to this event, I mean, Nekra, that's what it's all about, the growth in the scene.
Yeah, I love getting a chance to hear that Glue was also a part of kind of the early Fortnite days, and then also came back to play Fortnite. And I know so much has changed since Chapter 1, but to be here in Chapter 3 and have no build, it's just really cool to see all of these creators have such a good time with it all.
And yeah, Miss Ash, what does it exactly mean to you to be a part of an event that gets to support so many women in the scene?
You know, that's my mission every day in this industry, supporting women, all women in gaming, because we deserve this space. And with a prize pool like this, I'm definitely going to support this, because you never see tournaments like this with women involved with a huge prize pool like that. So I love seeing them just battle it out. It's a good view.
I completely agree. And it seems like more than recently, more and more of these events have been popping up. And you know that Women's of the eRena is leading the charge on that. So again, this is Women's of the eRena featuring Fortnite. It is the largest all-women event with a $75,000 prize pool. And of course, we appreciate you guys watching so much. And Miss Ash, we appreciate you so much. So thank you here for joining us.
Yes.
And everyone, of course, thank you. We will be right back with game number 2. Welcome back once again, everyone, to the Women's of the eRena featuring Fortnite event. We've already wrapped up game number 1 with the 33 best teams that the women's Fortnite scene has to offer. And it looked like Reddish walked away in first place, not just with 25 points for that VR, but those 22 points from the 22 eliminations her and her teammates were able to get, Necra.
Oh my gosh. Like, I know Girly Bella can pop off, right? Like, that's no question. So, like, seeing that with Reddish and then also Melly as well, holy cow. Like, I don't know who was who in that team, Kelly. It looked like all of them were just fragging. So yeah, usually you have just like one fragger that, you know, gets 80% of the eliminations, but it was pretty evenly spread between all 3 of them. But the fact that it came down to the 2 best teams that we got to see in that game, one hiding under the bridge and then the other team wondering which position, kind of slowly peeking and, you know, grabbing great positional awareness. And that is what's going to make a difference in these competitions, because there's no more building. You can't just build yourself a nice little box to be safe in. You have to just use the environment that is around you. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, obviously we saw some of those teams also take out some of those barriers. So, like, you know, you can sit right behind there, and that can also help with just creating some cover for you. But, ooh, Kelly, we've got a game number 2 on our hands, and let's see where these trios are dropping.
It looks like Velkson's going to be going into that sweet drill, that gigantic drill on the map right next to the fortress, of course. And it looks like another team is quite close to them. And yep, they're going to be taking a peek, and it looks like Sweet. Oh, actually, sorry, that's her teammate right there. Oh, Sweet is going to be joined by Beyonce.
Yeah, on the other side of the map, we've got to check in with Reddish, Melly, and Girly Bella, our winners of that first game. They are doing pretty well so far. They have a little bit of loot here. They are going to be battling out with some of those NPCs. But yeah, Tilted Tower seems to kind of be like the place to be for a lot of these trios, despite the fact that you can't build anything.
No, you can't build, but it's a big enough POI where you can kind of separate and you know, be able to share the drop spot right there, especially with that blimp up top. And it looks like an opponent, QTver, able to get away from Reddish, although she did get downed. Her teammates are pretty much going to be able to grab her and pick her back up.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I think Melly just eliminated her.
Ooh!
Yeah, I think Melly actually chased her down and went for the elimination, so I guess you're gonna have to try to get the reboot card, but Michelle is in a lot of trouble here, which is one of her teammates, and she also gets eliminated. Holy cow, I think they're off to a blazing fast start here. Melly taking all 3 of those eliminations.
Ooh, all right, let's go Melly Pew. That is a good start, and if I was the opposing team, I might think of trying to avoid the blimp right now and just staying down on Tilted Towers, because Tilted Towers has a bunch of loot. You don't need to share the loot in the blimp right there. You're going to be totally fine. And they're going to be cleaning up the last of the loot here. Taking a quick look at Reddish's webcam right there. I love those lights in the background. It kind of looks like a heart and a face, maybe a skull. I don't know.
It's awesome. I love those lights. You put them all together in many different colors, but ooh. Oh wow, okay, so Reddish and Koa are just gonna go ahead and drop down as we switch perspectives over to Command Cavern. We've got another trio that is on the blimp right now, but also using that thermal scope to try to figure out if there is anybody else around them. And it looks like Caroline has spotted another trio, and is also just kind of trying to make a bit of a move here.
And if you were looking at the Elim feed there, chat, we saw Dengue Games getting a few eliminations there, and that is the team that walked away in second place. So it looks like both of our top teams right now are doing a good job at the start, which means that we're probably going to be seeing a very top-heavy competition. Losing Fruit, though, almost losing her footing, but able to grab it with Ruby Plays driving in. It's actually a duos competition right now for them, losing Rachita just a little bit earlier. And you can see in the Elim feed now, players just going down all around the map right now. And actually, we're going to be taking another look at Liquid, Elixa, and Nata on the opposite side of that mountain, with Vanessa nearby and the other team of Caroline, Pixie, and Chronic Els.
Yeah, and so that might have been who Caroline had spotted through that thermal scope. It might have just been Elixir's trio right there. And so you can see Pixie kind of just doing a quick scan right now to see if there is actually anybody else around there. But it kind of looks like Alexa and co might be too far away for that scan to actually be able to pick them up. And so that's pretty nice. But you can see Caroline just really scouting out here to make sure that her trio doesn't get caught off guard.
Yeah, they got good vision, they got good height, good build, or not builds, good loadout right now. I keep wanting to talk about builds,
So many
and that's
maps.
not. It's so cool just seeing all of like these old streamers who played Fortnite back in the game, or even people that have never even played Fortnite, all jumping into the game now because of such a drastic change. What other game is there that has made such a drastic change? Because League of Legends and Dota, they'll change up their maps and they'll change up like the priorities of the champs or whatever, but this is the biggest change I've seen in a competitive game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can already see how much of an impact that has had on the competition so far. Like, that is probably one of the fastest competitive lobbies I have ever seen, Kelly. And I feel like it's not slowing down at all. And you take a look at this. The first zone hasn't even completely closed in yet. And we're already down to 28 trios. And I just feel like as those zones continue to close in, it's just going to keep accelerating the pace. These eliminations are just coming through so fast.
Oh my gosh. I was really hoping that she was going to use the cannon right there, but instead she is going to begin scan on the command cavern right there, and she's going to be sliding down on the other side of the mountain. But near the command cavern is Liquid Alexa with her two teammates. No eliminations between the three of them, but who needs eliminations when you can just kind of pick up some loot and, chill.
Oh, the loadout though as well. Take a look at the weapons that Alexa is packing at the moment. You got a legendary, and you also have an epic, and this is just going to be a really, really nice place for them to be. But oh, they're also taking height here. I really, really like that play from them, especially if they might have been queued off if there was a scan coming their direction.
But they just landed on top of that other team that we're looking at command cavern that just did the scan. So a fight brewing near there. Now taking a look at BBG's Yola and Malebu and FS Moxie right now at Greasy Grove. They definitely have some opponents nearby, but it doesn't look like either of them are going to be engaging with each other.
No, and I think that's okay. I mean, this particular POI is not really that big, but also, oh my gosh, we've got to switch over to this perspective so fast because Mommy Mia is going to get eliminated here. Ruby Plays gets so low after taking so many shots from that player.
And they got some road rash there because it looked like Loser Fruit ran over them. So definitely going to have some easy damage from that. And a few quick shots. Can they end it? Yes, they do. Loser Fruit's team with Rachita and Ruby Plays going to wipe out that team right there.
Oh, what's really great, though, is it looks like Rachita was actually able to get back into the game, which is awesome. So the reboot absolutely came through at the reboot station around here, and I love it. Now that the three of them are back up and strong, they can continue to make their way around the map, but I feel like they are in desperate need of a better loadout here. I was seeing a couple of comments in there, Kelly. That's not good.
Oh, yeah, especially since, they just got the reboot off, so she's going to be low on a lot of good loadout, like weapons and items. So probably going to be taking a few more moments to kind of just pick up the things around them instead of just going immediately into zone. With it being the first zone, they're not going to be taking too much damage if they are in that storm. BBG Yola, though, going to be taking another look at this team right here. While they're still in Greasy Grove, they know that there is going to be an enemy nearby, but instead it looks like they're going to be opting to just kind of stay inside of this little gas station right here, playing it pretty patiently. They're on the edge of zone, so they don't really need to rush right now. Now, moving on to MTS's Sonder, definitely looks like, oh, we got some bumper cars in here. That, yes, I love it when it's not just everyone in one car, but you guys have this like fleet of cars going into action.
Oh my god, it's an entire squad. I feel like I'm in one of those car commercials right now, where they're all just kind of vibing with each other and following each other around the commercial. But hey, this is a great way to just make your way over there. That's one of the modifications that you can put on a vehicle, and it really allows you to just absolutely demolish anything in your path. Like, those trees just go down like nothing.
Oh yeah, and we just saw Loser Fruit do it and ran into some of the players, and that was a bunch of damage. So a lot of viability here, and of course, if you can't have builds, you need to add more mobility, and that is what we are seeing with these cars, with the sprinting, with the mantling, of course. But just going into zone right now, kind of doing not the best job of driving, but hey, who needs to drive well when you can knock some trees down, right?
Yeah, exactly. It looks like they do have to leave their vehicles, though, because they are taking some shots from high ground, and you don't want to take too much damage as Sonder. Oh my gosh. Sonder can't get away.
Wow. That happened so quickly right now. Honestly, actually, I think that they should have stayed in their cars, just like what we saw GU do there, and make it all the way into the command cavern. Because, yes, you pop out of cars, but that's back when you had builds, and you could build yourself a nice box to protect yourself immediately. Gonna get some chug splashes right there, the barrels, to get some easy shields, but with a player down, and I don't think they were able to grab that reboot card, and they are below threshold, only a little bit. In fact, with a few shots that our teammate just took, they're actually above a little bit. So they're in a risky position right now, but it's not the end.
No, yeah, they're not in a super desperate position, but also I feel like that gives them a lot of information. The fact that they were able to get a tag to be able to put them above the damage threshold means that they know there are other trios here, and little do they know, probably, it is Elixir's trio that is on top of the command cavern. They still have maintained that high ground. That is going to be a perfect spot to be able to find some of these other trios trying to rotate it.
Those long-range shots coming from Liquid Elixir right there. Great job. They are on the edge of zone, but we don't know how that third circle is going to rotate, so they might just stay up on this blimp. Why? Oh, again, great long-range shots coming from there.
Yeah, really nice aim, and it's also just kind of like a warning, right? It's like, okay, I probably can't totally mess up your vehicle, or maybe I can.
What?
Okay, I take it all back. That's a great strategy.
Oh, and in here we have, the other side where it's the passive. We're just going to stay. And it looks like they're waiting for Loser Fruit. They have vision. They know that she's nearby, and it looks like they're going to be crouching in here. Loser Fruit on the same, building as they are. Is she going to open a door, or does she know that they're there, so she's playing it safe?
I think you just have to be patient. Because you don't want to give away your location so that they can potentially get the jump on you, but you can see Ruby plays right now, and Rachita and Loser Fruit. They've got to know. They've got to know that somebody is below them, but they definitely know that someone's around here.
Yeah. I think just by the positioning that we saw from Rachita there, poking down and looking, that she knows that Cat's team and Fast V's team is down there. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be engaging right now.
That's okay. Yeah, I think that's all right. I mean, you're a dead center of the zone right now. I think you're gonna be totally fine. But ooh, what an interesting place for that zone to close in on too. Logjam Lumberyard. You have so many different places that you can hide behind between all of these lumber piles as well as the buildings. But there's also a lot of high ground around this area as well. And I feel like if you are equipped with a really nice sniper rifle, that's gonna give you a pretty big advantage here.
Although a disadvantage is if you are in that water, because you're not going to be able to get some easy, safe, secure coverage. And that's exactly what we just saw there. Nata going to be taking a few shots on just a lonely player down there, although not able to execute the player. But still, Elixir just chilling on top of this blimp. However, you can see the zone rotating far, far away. So unfortunately, they're going to have to leave their home. But before they do that, they're going to be cleaning up Gub right here. Can she get the elimination?
Oh.
And no.
Oh no. The loot may be lost, but the elimination is the only thing that really matters right now, especially with a loadout like this. And you can see just Elixir just continuing to pepper in shots at the vehicle across the way. I like just kind of eliminating that and getting that out of the way so that there isn't really a way for these trios to escape. But that zone is closing in fast, Kelly, and these trios are gonna have to make a move.
Can we talk about, and I know that ragdoll physics doesn't apply to cars, but those cars shoot up so high.
I know, it's like, are they sitting on top of a launch pad or something? Like, I don't know, but yeah, they go pretty far here. Oh no, though, this is detrimental.
They took the cannon from the blimp thinking that it was going to be an easy rotate, but they were going directly towards Logjam. And of course, there was 23 other teams waiting for them there. Can Vanessa get revenge for Elixa right there on Reigns? And it looks like actually she's taking some clean shots. Reigns does go down indeed. Nata also able to grab another elimination, and it looks like they are out for blood.
Absolutely, they want to be able to avenge Elixa, and this is where it gets tough, right? I think the zone is too small, there's too many teams around that you're not going to be able to pick up that reboot card and get to that reboot van to be able to get Elixa back into the game. So it really is up to that duo to make things happen. And Kelly, it is so congested here right now with all of these trios having to collapse onto Logjam Lumberyard.
You know, what I've noticed that we haven't watched Reddish or Dengi, our first and second place winners. So I'm wondering if they're already out of the competition. Oh, wait, no, I just saw Girly Bella, I think. Actually, no, yeah, I wonder if they're out of the competition.
I don't know, but we will see Nightmare get eliminated here as well as the rest of this trio. And so Maddie and Co will be able to take some time to set up a barricade as well as just pick up all of these shield items. This is going to be fantastic as some of the members of Maddie's trio are getting a little bit low on their shields, and with this being such a highly congested area, you want to make sure that you're as equipped as possible to be able to deal with what's coming up next. But, oh, Yola, they do see some movement in the distance.
Yes, great shots right there. Oh, and it is Reddish, and she goes down, and Melly Pew's down as well. I don't see their third party or their third member, so I think that is it for this team right here.
Yeah, I think Girly Bella might have... No, wait, it looks like Girly Bella might still be alive. So she might just have to play the rest of this game solo. But Yola definitely wants to try to make a move onto the edge. They're right on the edge of where that next zone is going to be, but they also see another trio in the distance. So why not take out as much of your competition as you can right now before you're really going to start being in the thick of things.
And you were right, Girly Bella TV all alone as a solo player. I like this. Oh! No one knows she's there in the car. That's perfect. You know what? If I was her, I wouldn't even shoot at anyone because that's just going to put a target on your back. Stay there. Try and stay alive. Eliminations aren't as important in this tournament with 25 points for VR and 1 point for elimination. And of course, love helping out the team right there, throwing them behind the logs. Can Malibu clean it out? Yes, she does. Throwing down the chug splashes there, and the other team the other teammate Moxie going for the revive. And they do get it off. Moxie, Yola, and Malibu now with 3 full team members again.
Looks like they are in a less traffic area, like a lower traffic area here. They are going to be on that smaller portion to the west, but they are definitely going to need to start to make a move. Everybody looks like they are in zone right now, so no one's going to be caught on the edge until we see where that next zone is going to close. Most of where people are hiding right now are, of course, in those buildings, but oh my gosh, Kelly.
Oh.
That final zone.
What are they going to do? They're like, that's 80% in the water. I don't even think the bridge is a part of that zone. So this is really interesting what's going to be happening here. A lot of them are going to be crowding around that beach right there. I'm sure it's like the east side is probably going to be really like important for someone to kind of claim that spot right there. But we're actually going to be taking a look at One Shot Girl, Britton Lane, and Deirdre right there. Oh, yes, please shoot this.
Oh. I was kind of hoping to see the explosion, but it's okay. I feel like you do have to play it a little bit safe here if you are going to be in this area of the Logjam Lumberyard. And look at this, they're just going to go ahead and launch themselves over to be in a better position for when this zone does start to close in. I know I said the final zone, but I just want to mean, like, from a tactical perspective, I feel like this is going to be it for sure, looking at how much real estate is available. But we will see a little bit of damage as the demolition crew comes in. That car goes absolutely wild.
Oh my god, they know? Oh, they jumped in the car with her! Yes, and Girly Bella, that was such a good play. Using the grenade to get away, hide herself, and barely take... Actually, she took no damage there. That was impeccable.
Yeah, that was so good. Maybe she could gonna get into the truck now? Did anybody see her? I don't think so.
What?
Oh, okay.
How does that work?
I think it's okay.
Honestly, I think she should have just like stayed still and not drove. I think she should have just stayed there just like what she was doing before, because that literally 2 enemies jumped in the car with her, and that immediate shockwave grenade to get far away was the perfect play. Incredible there. Now though, Girly Bella is going to be taking some shots, although she is still at full health. It looks like Lavish Lily is also a solo player, and with the fire burning down the deck, she is going to have to get out of there if she wants to stay alive. Rachita also in a car that just exploded, but leaving at the right moment there. E-Girl Batchy with 7 eliminations, and her 2 teammates with 6 and 5 as well. This is going to be the team right here that is going to be taking it all the way to the end.
Yeah, wow, just gonna go ahead and fire out a missile there right onto that trio. They're gonna have to use some shockwave grenades to be able to get away. A huge chug barrel though, that's gonna be absolutely big to be able to put that down and make sure that Bachi is going to be absolutely full on shield. Girly Bella does take shots there, does get cracked and eventually eliminated.
Ooh, yes, I love this too. Lavish. Oh no, no! As soon as I say that, of course, she gets the shots. But again, going and focusing on Batchy, Maddie Bros, and Emery with a ton of eliminations. I think they've taken down about a quarter of the lobby there, and now taking a few more shots onto Moxie. But a few shots are coming onto them from BBG Yola. How is this going to end? I think it's just these 3 teams right here, a 3v2v1. Yola actually play. Oh, I'm sorry, it is not a 3v2v1 because Moxie, Yola, and that other player are part of it. It is in fact a 3v3. But Maddie Bros does go down. It's now going to be Batchy versus Emery and Yola.
Oh my gosh, Yola's going to have to do it for the rest of the trio. Gets into the car, maybe hoping to be able to blow something up, but gets blown up herself. And Emery and the rest of the trio, even getting the revive off as well. Kelly, what a great way to end that second game for them.
Yeah, 23 eliminations, an incredible run right there. But my goodness, the solo car plays that we got to watch right there might have been the highlight of, I know we're only in game number 2, but that might have been the highlight of the day.
Oh my gosh, the fact that Girly Bella was just sitting in a car for so long, and then as soon as the car started to drive away, she was like, I'm just a passenger here. I should probably get out so I don't get found out.
Yeah, and so she to shockwave away to find a place to hide yourself, and then she did it again inside of the semi right there, going back and hiding once again, and it worked out. And again, if you're in this kind of solo situation, especially if it's a trios competition, not a duos, you just need to play passively. And this is a very placement heavy tournament, so she played that perfectly. Storm Surge tags aren't going to be an issue because these games are ending so early, so she doesn't really need to like grab a few tags and potentially expose where she is in the map. That was Necra, I'm so glad that we got to watch that.
Me too, and it makes me so much more excited to know that we still have 4 more games to go for the Women of the eRena featuring Fortnite.
Yes, of course, everyone. Thank you again for joining us here right now. We are going to be taking a quick look with Ash. Hello, welcome back, Miss Ash.
We are back. That was a crazy game, ladies. I don't know how to feel about that one. I was on the edge of my seat for that one.
Honestly, to see the top 2 teams kind of go down a little bit early, not too early, but it was all about Girly Bella for me, hiding inside of that car right there. And as soon as she was exposed, playing it perfectly, Miss Ash.
Oh my gosh, and she had the perfect skin on to blend in with the car paint. I was like, oh my God, I would not have noticed her either. But we got to chat with Glue again, and I asked her if she's a controller player, and I was like, wow, she is a controller player, so that means she's disgusting, and she's cracked out of her mind. Controller players on PC are kind of a different breed. I don't know. They are just too good. So we got to chat with her a little bit.
Well, let's take a quick look.
So do you play on controller?
I do play on controller on PC right now.
Ooh, okay. So you're too good then. Everybody that's controller on PC, they are disgusting. So you are disgusting. Okay. All right. I'm ready for this. I'm ready. But you're not alone. Oh, yeah. But you're not alone. You have some teammates. Tell us about your teammates and how did you find them?
Yes, I found my teammates, Nina and Sonder. through Twitter and chose them because I think they have incredible talent. They both play on keyboard, so it'll be a really good mixture of controller and keyboard players. They'll get the recognition that they deserve because they're really underrated. So I'm excited that we all have the opportunity to compete together and get to know each other.
I love that, and I hope you get to play more outside of the tournament and make content together too. So that's amazing.
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, and I wanted to ask, how did you feel about the no build announcement for Fortnite?
I had a feeling that might be the case, but now that it's confirmed, it kind of makes me excited to see how it'll actually play out endgame wise. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's all about gun skill.
Yeah, exactly. We've been practicing playing Arena, actually, Champs Arena together, all three of us. So now it's like, maybe we've got to switch over to something a little different now. So we'll see how it goes.
How do you feel being in a tournament like this surrounded by women? And do you think this should be more of a thing?
I think it's an incredible opportunity for everybody. I think it's a way for us to grab hold of that, say in the gamer girl community, and saying like, look, we're here and we're going to build confidence together. So I think they should do more tournaments like this.
All right, eFuse, are you listening?
Yep. we expect some more tournaments in the upcoming months.
Yes,
so
more and more tournaments.
This better not be the last one.
Well, thank you so much, Glue. And if you want to plug your socials so everyone can find you and your teammates, feel free so they can connect with you.
We got me, Sonder, on Twitter. She's one of my trio partners. And then Nina's my third. It's Illy and Nina on Twitter. And then I'm Glue1K on Twitter, Glue on Twitch, and Glue on YouTube and TikTok. So, yeah.
Beautiful. Make sure y'all go support their content and empower them as lovely women in the Fortnite community. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you have a good day. Bye.
Bye.
So nice to hear from Glue there. And of course, you, Miss Ash. And I got to ask you, what about you? Are you a controller player or PC player?
Oh, I'm PC. No, I can barely aim on controller. I don't know what goes on.
Right? I feel like my thumb just doesn't operate as the way it should when I'm playing on a controller. I just can't stand it. So I completely agree. What about you, Necra?
I've played on computer and I've also played on Switch. So like I have experience with both, but I definitely prefer playing on PC.
Yes.
You know, when people talk about controller players, I don't ever imagine them that they mean the Switch. So now I want to see a Switch Pro in Fortnite.
Oh, sorry. I don't know. It's like it's nice that it's portable. So like I like just kind of hopping into a game and just kind of I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll just do like a one quick like kind of solo run here and see how it goes. But like I just think you can flick easier and like get cleaner shots on a PC and mouse and keyboard. So.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. And that seems to be what Glue is going for as well. And I know that more and more controller players are breaking into these PC competitions. And that is what I love to see. And of course, I love to see all these incredible women competing in the largest all-women Fortnite tournament that we have. And of course, that's all thanks to Women of the eRena featuring Fortnite. But that is us for game number 2 right now, everyone. But don't go anywhere because we got game number 3 right after this break. Oh, well, fancy seeing you here, chat. Welcome back. Of course, it's still Women's of the eRena featuring Fortnite. 2 games down, 4 to go. And of course, it's not just me and Necra. We also have Miss Ash interviewing a lot of the incredible women that are competing today. And she just got a sweet interview there where they were talking about controller players with glue. And Necra, you and I, we're PC players through and through.
Yeah, I mean, every once in a while, I'll dabble in playing on like a more mobile version of Fortnite, but definitely mouse and keyboard, kind of where it's at. So.
Have to agree, but of course, a lot of incredible players competing today are just competing in every kind of format, console, keyboard, mouse. And you know what? With that being said, we have to look at our leaderboard right now. And after game number 1, I don't think it's too much of a surprise, Necro, to see Reddish here, joined by Melly and Girly Bella.
Yeah, I mean, they just had such a huge lead after game number 1 that also Girly Bella was able to get so many extra placement points from that incredible car strat. That, yeah, it's no surprise to me that they are sitting in first place right now, but Emery, Maddie, and Bachi as well, after that win in game number 2, they're getting pretty close as well. I feel like we're going to see some score shakeups in this 3rd game.
Oh, yeah, definitely. In fact, we already saw a bit of a shakeup because Denki's team had good eliminations in game number 2, or in game number 1, but kind of fell off in game number 2. So to see them not in our top 5 was actually a bit surprising to me right here. But we can see all the teams, most of the teams going for this northwest zone. Logjam, Lumberyard, Shifty Sass, and Command Cavern. Really popular POIs.
Yeah, Command Cavern is a super popular POI. You can even see that there's like 3-4 trios right now that are in this area. Oh my gosh, it might actually be 5. I have no idea, but there's a lot of trios here, heavy contestation, and I think a lot of that is because it's a massive POI. So you can definitely split up the loot as long as you're not going to land on top of another trio. You're going to be in pretty good shape, but also you might have to deal with some eliminations here.
Oh yeah, there is going to be a few players going down right here, and I'm sure a few whole teams as well. But there is a lot of area, just like you said. 2 teams can definitely share this drop spot, especially with the blimp added on top. I can see 3 teams actually doing a pretty good job here, getting those storm surge tags and coming out alive. But a few players in the elimination feed are not going to be coming out alive right now, as 4 players already go down within the first few seconds of competition.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's unavoidable, right? You have so many different POIs, especially in that northwest corner, like you mentioned, that are just so hot. You're gonna be running into people left and right, and so it's definitely dangerous to drop in places like that, but also we've seen a lot of the zones actually pull and towards that direction. I think it just really allows you to have a very safe end game as well if you're looking at those placement points, but unfortunately, sometimes teams might go down a little early.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's just part of the game, of course, and you can see just from Command Cavern that it looks like more teams were dropping there after game number 2, so a lot of teams here are going to be changing up their drop spots and their POI, so you can't really predict what is going to be happening. Natty Bros, Emery, and Batchi taking a nice car ride, just kind of chilling. It didn't look like anyone was near them right now, so they're just going to rotate into zone without much issue, but I don't think that can be the case for all of these teams that we see right here, and in fact, I don't think any of those teams are in the blimp, which is a bit of a surprise to me.
Yeah, that is also a surprise to me as well, because I feel like the blimp is just kind of a great place to find loot, but also maybe it was because of how many teams were in that blimp for the first 2 games that maybe you just kind of look at that and go, okay, maybe I don't want to be putting myself into a bad position by trying to contest another trio for a spot like that.
Oh, some shots coming out into Loser Fruit there. Looks like Pixie is just going to be taking some, blind shots there. There's a tree in the way. Just going to go for those Storm Surge tags. Not going to really be trying for anything. And it did work out in her favor. So good plays right there. Miss Positivity might be a bit negative right now as she does get down in the elimination feed. But Command Cavern, a pretty popular spot. It doesn't look, though, like there's going to be some big engagements. Caroline slowly creeping her way down, though, to meet up with Loser Fruit's team. Are they going to be engaging? Well, we're just going to have to wait and find out.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to. I mean, we actually got a chance to hear where these trios wanted to drop before the tournament started. So quite a few trios were actually kind of laying it out there like, hey, we're dropping here. You know, like, don't contest us, we're not going to share a loot or anything, so you might want to be cautious. But it was actually Pixie's trio, and so that's who we're specking right now, who definitely called out Command Cavern as one of like the first trios to be like, we're here at Command Cavern. You know, do what you want, do what you will. But also, we also saw Vanessa's team as well with Alexa. I think that was another team that you would also have to take a look at and go, okay, they might also be doing something similar, but there are a lot more trios here than I would have expected based on where the trios and the captains even said that they might be dropping. Maybe things got changed.
Yeah. Adaptability is important, especially when you have 4 teams dropping in the same POI and there's, you know, more floor loot in the game. I really feel like this chapter or this season, chapter is definitely more beneficial to a lot more teams. Before, it kind of just seemed like you had to pick a POI that other teams are going to be dropping on, but I don't think that's the case right now. Velxen, VNC, joined by of Sweet, just rotating a little bit north, and in fact taking some good shots right there. It looks like the player doesn't even know where the combat is coming from and is going to be going down. BBG right there, knocked down by VNC. Her 2 teammates going to probably try and save her, but they're in a rough spot because they don't have any cover.
Yeah, I think even whether or not, even if you know where the shots are coming from, I feel like in that situation, though, you still want to try to get to your trio as fast as possible.
Oh.
So it worked out great. Even though BBG did go down, they were able to get revived and back into the game. And so they also have some really good information, right? BBG went down from somebody, so...
Okay. No, BBG is back up. She was able to be revived there. Viancy, though, they're getting a way better position here on the high ground, and they know exactly where their opponents are. So this is going to be rough for BBG's team. They're going to have to pay attention to where they are, and I don't know if they were looking at that because they were reviving her. But taking a quick look at this player up into the sky, Velxen going down. Upsweet, the engagement starts. Viancy is still up. Upsweet very low, but takes some good shots. Is able to actually take down BBG once again, and Viancy is up as well, so it looks like that went to the way of this team.
Yeah, you can see that they're even going to put the keg down, just try to get as much of that shielding back as possible, because they definitely lost a lot in that engagement. But, whoa, what's that? That's a legendary weapon that they get to pick up. This is a nice little goodie for winning that battle.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're going to be able to bring Velxen back up in just a few minutes right there. But Pixie's team finally rotating off of that gigantic mountain and rotating down closer to Viancy and of Sweet, who just won that 3v3 engagement. I'm sure they're going to be picking up the reboot card right there, and it looks like, in fact, they are going to be rebooting one of their teammates. So, or actually, no, they're going to be rotating out. Velxen might be out for the count right now. Gonna have to see how that works out.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to be able to... I hope that they were able to grab the reboot card and maybe they're able to kind of keep a move on, but they do have to be a little bit careful. They did see a car make its getaway across that bridge, and you definitely don't want to be in that situation where maybe you're getting run over by it, and so you have to kind of wait for that to pass before you make your own moves. You'll see Viancy and Sweet go ahead and start doing that, but checking out what's happening over by Tilted. Some big shots coming through from the watchtower in the distance.
Ooh,
no,
an alarming amber. Oh, that's so cute that you're on a little dinghy when you get downed inside of the water. I love to see that. Alarming amber is slowly going to be crawling. Actually, she does get downed all the way, so it's just going to be Michelle and QT. Are they going to be able to avoid the rest of the combat? Because it looks like they do not want to engage. No, Michelle does go down. QT taking a lot of shots right here. And with no builds, she has no chance of surviving that combat. But now, taking a look at our top team, Ready-ish, Melly Pugh, and the car queen herself, Girly Bella.
It looks like they are going to be getting into another car. So Girly Bella going to try to drive it away. It is a little bit low on something here, as it is starting to smoke just a little bit, but I feel like Girly Bella is just going to try to make a run for it. Wants to try to run over somebody, but also, wow, a huge engagement here.
Oh my gosh, there wasn't even a chance. The three of them just did a drive-by and were able to take out those 2 players with ease. And you know what? I don't think the smoking is a bad thing. I think that's a feature. You know how some people have neon lights?
Maybe.
Some people have
it always makes me nervous nervous, okay? Like, I see that there's plenty of, you know, it'll survive a couple more shots, but
Maybe.
maybe. It just makes me nervous, okay? I don't want to
Okay, yeah, now it's on fire. Meliku is actually going to take some damage there, and the fire is going to spread, so definitely use some of that med mist right now.
Yeah, I think they're gonna need that for sure. But let's look at how, yep, Melly gonna just kind of heal herself up with that med mist and definitely use some of those chug splashes to grab that shield back. But wow, I think you definitely need to make your way over here into the Coney Crossroads and see if you could also pick up some more loot, because I feel like they're lacking a little bit right now. I mean, take a look at also how Nina and Glue are doing. I love that we get a chance to check in on this trio after hearing from Glue herself about how she's working with Nina and Sonder in this tournament. And they're in a really good position right now, Kelly. I really like where they've decided to kind of put themselves on the map.
Yeah, they got decent loadouts, and although they don't have any eliminations, they are above threshold, so they're still able to get some much important tags there. So they're in a pretty good position. I do believe that there is a team very close to them, but you can see those arrows, they're not really aimed towards the team, so it doesn't look like they're going to be engaging them. Glue actually just going to take a safe rotation and glide on over, but they are getting a few shots. Doesn't look like any of them are actually going to be hitting, but I do want to kind of go off topic a little bit and say that I love the name Sonder.
Yeah.
It's actually like one of my favorite words in the dictionary.
Ooh, why is that?
Because it's such a beautiful definition to just watch people living their lives and to wonder what they're doing, to want, because you get so, you know, protagonist in your own life thinking that you're the main character, but when you just see thousands of people living their lives, you tend to Sonder. And so I think that's a beautiful name.
I like that. I actually didn't know what Sonder meant, and so I learned something today, Kelly. Thank you for sharing that. And now I have a new and deeper appreciation for this player.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Oh. Huh. Now I'm thinking about it. Now I'm thinking about a way to like use that now in the rest of this cast. We'll see if we get there. But we do have to take a look at this trio that is on the blimp right now. These were the shots that were getting fired, and it went a great place to be on the high ground on this blimp above Coney Crossroads. You're gonna have to move from this for sure, but not before you're able to get some huge damage onto the teams that are also trying to rotate in. Because from the blimp, Kelly, you can basically just take one of those fans and just rotate away.
Yep, you also have the zip lines as well that can give you some much needed verticality. You have the siege cannons that can shoot you across the other side of the map. The blimps are clearly a key point in the competition right here. Pimzu taking a quick look right there, and it looked like a team was trying to get some reboots off, but with the vision from the blimp, they are not going to have that opportunity. But again, taking a look at our top team right next to the bridge where we saw them, I believe, actually in game number 1. But I don't think they're going to be sticking it out here since it is not in zone. But there are a few teams sticking around in Coney Crossroads right now. In fact, a ping does go out to showcase where they are, and Reddish going to get some good shots there on Da and Emily Marie's team.
I love this position. We've seen a lot of teams utilize this under the bridge, and unfortunately doesn't look like we're going to have the bulk of the action happen there based on where the zone is, but it is very exciting to see them go at it. And also, ooh, what was that? I saw Danky Games in a car running away from Redish's trio.
Well, looks like she was able to escape because I do not see her. Oh, but will Reddish be able to escape? Girly Bella actually going down. Reddish going to try and grab her. Can they heal her? They do have some of those barricades, and it does look like indeed that they are going to be throwing her over this other side of the barricade, going for the revive. But will that team continue to engage? I think that they're on the other side of the hill. Yes, they are. And it is Dangy or Dingy?
I think it would be Dengue, but chat correct us if we're wrong.
Yes, thank you, chat. And they do get the revive back onto Girly Bella TV right there. And you definitely, if there is a teammate that you want on your team to make it to the end game, it's going to be Girly Bella.
I feel like, honestly, I mean, I think you want the whole squad strong, because I feel like this entire trio is at their best when they are able to work together. But yeah, I Girly Bell with the car strats. Or maybe she could share that knowledge, right? It's just good that Girly Bell is on their side, I feel like.
Yes, definitely agree right there. And it looks like it's going to be a shifty chefs in game right here with the third zone going that way. Girly Bella's going to have to watch out, though, as Reddish does take some shots. Girly Bella going down once again. It looks like they actually have two teams on either side of them taking another shot. Melly Pugh is the one to go down there. Can Reddish get away? And in fact, she is going to be using a shockwave grenade, but it's not going to work out in her favor, and eventually she does go down.
Wow, okay, so we've got our #1 trio right now knocked out of the competition for this game #3, but we still have a ton of trios left, so we will have to see how points shake out, but that's kind of what we were hoping for, Kelly, just a little bit of a score shake up here going into this third game.
I love it. I know everyone likes to have a champion and root for them, and then you can also root for the underdog, but I love it when the competition is so close that you can't predict who is going to walk away in first place. And we were just looking at her real quick. I believe it was Elixa's team that we were looking at right there, down a player, but still with only 19 teams left, every second that these players are able to stay in the game is going to be more placement points and another opportunity to gain more eliminations.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also when you take a look at the fact that the end game is shifty shafts, wow, there are a lot of different places to hide, I feel like, especially if you can go into the shafts themselves. That's gonna be a great place to maybe keep yourself up and alive, but wow, Vanessa desperately needs some shields right now. You can see her popping some of those minis and is also going to go for the big pot here, but has lost the rest of her teammates, so she is going to be alone trying to make it to the end game. But Moxie, Yola, and Malibu, they are going to be in the shafts right now, just kind of waiting for people to come in. You know, they're in this northwest corner, and so there's a lot of entrances that they have to cover, but wow, this is a perfect position for them. Look at that.
Whoa, great angles from Moxie right there. That is what I love to see, the communication, the awareness of where your opponents are and what the best angles are to have. An incredible play right there. I don't think they were able to actually get an elimination, but they were able to shove away that other team that was encroaching on their territory. Can they close it out, though, and take this team out of the competition? It looks like they're not going to play too aggressively just yet, just holding their angles right now and waiting it out.
Yeah, I definitely think that's what you have to do. You don't want to jump down there because maybe you'll get ambushed, but definitely hold these angles because where they are in the shafts right now, you have such good sight onto basically every single entry point. You can see even another trio, it was Loser Fruit over there by the entrance to the shafts, and there's so many trios down here right now that are keeping an eye on everybody that's running amok in these tunnels.
Yeah, I'm afraid of a cave-in right now because there is just too much action going on right now. There is a fire in the cave. The barricades are breaking down right now. There is a lot of action going on right here. But Moxie's team still playing it relatively passively and just staying out of trouble. But going to be looking at Rip Rah Rah with Hart Bays and Taylor. And more fire. Good. Bring the hellfire.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just... all these cars. I feel like everybody is getting smart, Kelly. I feel like they're all realizing that vehicles right now, they have to go. You know, they don't want anybody to be able to use them in the end game, but we can see a lot of players now getting eliminated here, and also Rah-Rah kind of has to get away as quickly as possible.
And I like that you could see that she was hovering the chug splash there because she didn't know if she was going to have to use it to heal herself. But instead she just waited and is going to be using some pots instead, because if you can, you want to be able to make those chug splashes hit all of your teammates. And it definitely looked like some of her teammates needed some shielding right there. But now going to be shifting focus onto Maria with Yumi and Carol, I believe. And it looks like they have a pretty good position with height. Obviously, we've all talked about in the FNCS that height wins games, but that's in regards to builds. So now the verticality is going to be coming from the environment. And this right here is a great position to be in. Using that chug splash should get them all at to full health. Although they only have one elimination, they're in a very good position. But now taking a look at another team that has a good position as that zone just closes right on their backs. But hey, hiding in a cave, it's a pretty safe place to be.
Well, especially if, you know, there's not really anybody that can sneak up behind you, then you could definitely keep that as an advantage in your back pocket. But you can see a ton of these missiles now just raining down on the competition, as you can see where that next zone is going to be. But wow. Oh my gosh, are these rocket launchers super powerful?
Ooh, Maria's team not taking any time to wait to get back into zone. In fact, giving up their height position there, and they're just going to be dropping down. They can see the shields coming out right there. Are they going to be able to take down the team while they're able to get those shields? And in fact, the shield is down. Maddie getting really low. It does go down to Maria right there. Yumi and Carol cleaning up the competition.
And this is where it gets down to the wires. We only have 14 players remaining and 6 trios. Who knows if they are actually going to be... I don't know if we have any trios that are left really that are in full strength right now, but it remains to be seen. We know that Kai Plant here is going to try to get Chloe up and running so that they will be strong as a team of 3, but Maria is going to be in a pretty dire situation, actually. How did they get out of this one? They must have to, they have to have a shockwave grenade. Okay, perfect.
And there they do, shooting themselves up and able to vault onto the top of that cliff right there. Rip Rah Rah does go down. Turton Days as well, and it looks like this might be either a 3v1 or a 2v2. I'm sorry, a 3v2. Everyone just crouched up all together. Che, though, with 7 eliminations. K-Plant and Chloe does, in fact, get to be revived right now. And actually, there is a individual player right now, or two players that I can't see, but we have Moxie, Yola, and Malibu as a whole team, as well as Carol and Maria getting shot on, but Carol doing a good job staying alive. Moxie's actually going to be disengaging, but not in time.
Yeah, Moxie is going to get downed here, but it is going to be up to Che right now to try to clean up as many eliminations as possible. Malibu goes down, Yola as well getting eliminated here, and with that final elimination, Che, K-Plant, and Chloe take our 3rd victory royale.
My goodness, right there, that is going to be 14 eliminations for Che, Clay, and Chloe right there with the victory royale. And I think most importantly is that we saw our top team, Reddish, go down quite early, Necra.
Yeah, they were in a pretty big lead, too. I think it was like 20 points or something over the rest of the competition. And so getting a chance to maybe open the door for another trio to kind of start creeping up there. We'll have to see how the leaderboard shakes out.
I will say, I'm a big fan of these zones. I feel like in previous seasons of Fortnite, all the zones kind of just went into the same area. We saw a lot of hills and a lot of building into that.
True.
But we've gotten now a cave zone, and we've had the water in-game zone. So there is a lot of variability towards these in-games right here. And that, if you didn't notice, was definitely the longest in-game that we saw.
Yeah, that actually made it to the 6th zone. Wild, you know? That actually... Not 5. We got an extra zone. That's actually crazy. No, but it was really, really cool. And I think that also just brings another incredible element to how competitive Fortnite is going to go, is that it doesn't come down to how you build. It's about how you play around the environment and how you really take advantage of that.
Yeah, and I feel like what we would see a lot in the FNCS is this opportunity to come down to a heal off, but these games aren't even reaching zone 7, let alone zone 9. So although they do have a lot of these shields and pots ready to go, they're not really getting a chance to utilize it in this kind of heal off meta. So, and I want to say, I'm not complaining. I love the action. I love it going into these quick games.
Yeah, me too. It's nice to see that, like, you know, high fraggers are getting rewarded for that in these games, and so I can't wait to see what's next for our last 3 games of the day.
Well, unfortunately, you're going to have to wait just a little bit because we do have a break, everyone. Maybe grab some snacks and a drink because this is the halfway point. We only have 3 more games to go, and we're going to be jumping into game number 4 right after this. Did you grab your snacks? Because we're going to be jumping into game number 4 in just a moment. But Necro, we've already finished our halfway point right there. 3 games down, 3 more to go here for the women's of the eRena featuring Fortnite tournament. And I mean, we've seen some incredible car hiding maneuvers. We've seen some interesting eliminations. But the last game, it was Kay and Chloe's team grabbing that VR.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, I think it's absolutely nuts that it's still so close. Like, it's closer now, right? Like, our top 3 teams, look at that. Only 1 point separating them now.
Wow, that is impressive. And there is a tie between first and second place. But you can see that one of them is technically in second place. And that is because our tiebreaker goes to the team. Oh, actually, this is technically incorrect. I believe that the tiebreaker goes to the person that has the most VRs, which would be Melly and Reddish's team. So chat, just flip first and second place right now. The tiebreaker does go to the team with the most VRs. And if they share the most VRs, then it goes to the team with the highest average eliminations right there. So with how close the competition is, Necra, tiebreaker looks like it might be in our future.
Yeah, we might be looking at a tiebreaker at the end of our 6th game, but let's jump into game number 4 here. I'm so excited to see how this one's gonna go, and I feel like, Kelly, we're still seeing a significant amount of just grouping up here in the north.
How many teams is that? 5? There's so many teams going to the command center. And I know, I get it. Or, I'm sorry, whatever it's called, the command cavern. It is a great POI, but at some point you have to cut your losses and realize you're going up against 14 other people here.
No, absolutely. I feel like this is so risky for a lot of these teams. I mean, it's a massive POI, so I definitely feel like there is a lot of ability to grab a bunch of loot here. And look at this. Lixa and Vanessa and everybody, they do get a chance to get the truck. And so that is good. At least they know that they have full shields. And that actually gives them a pretty significant advantage to everybody else that's still looting.
Definitely. And you can already see it in the elimination feed. Players are going down already, but just 2 actually. So, you know what? I kind of agree with you, Necra. Command Cavern might be able to house 4, potentially 5 teams without it being too cluttered right there. But of course, a lot of the cluttering is going to be happening in these blimps right here. So pivotal, not just for the loot that they drop, but the amount of mobility that they offer between the fans on there. You have the zip lines, you have the cannons. There's just so much you can do in these blimps.
Oh, absolutely. And I definitely think that a lot of these teams have figured out that these are the places to be. And so I wonder if, Loser Fruit, Rashida, and like that trio, do they have that all to themselves? They might. I think they might.
I saw someone go into the cavern, and I saw someone go into the building. I think that there is one other team besides Rashida's team, but I think you're right that there's only one person or one team on the blimp.
Yeah, I think that works out really well for them. And so, yeah, I mean, if you're going to get the blimp and you're also not going to contest for it, I do think that makes Command Cavern a little bit safer.
Yeah. Sharing is caring, and although money is great, you can kind of, because if you do go into this early engagement, it's kind of just a 50-50. You don't know what loot they have. It's a risky position, and especially without builds in the competition, I think all of these teams kind of have, it's a cold war right now. They understand the mutual agreement of destruction is in play.
Yes, I wonder if there were some women's agreements that were made here about maybe dropping somewhere and be like, okay, well, if you go here, we won't contest you, but just know, hey, if you cross this line, that's just war. That you're just asking for it.
It's really interesting to me how cooperative a lot of these competitive players are, and how they will, have their destined POI, and it's kind of looked down upon for other people to land on you. I personally don't get it, and I'm sure if there's someone listening that will tweet this out, I'm going to get some flack for it, but I think it's a little silly when pros complain that people are dropping on them and saying that they're being griefed, because there's only so many POIs on the map, and it's not like your name's on it.
Yeah, oh, that's true. No, that's true. I'm with you, Kelly. I will double down on this with you and say this is. I think that there is definitely plenty of space for these teams to drop and still be able to get lots of loot. I mean, take a look at this. Alexa and the trio, like, they have so much loot here. And then they also have a porta potty to, like, potentially get away.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff. And also everybody else, I feel like, has already left Command Cavern. Like, Loser Fruit was there for a little bit, and so this trio has also left and decided to start taking some eliminations and taking some names.
Wow, this is a way more chill game than we've seen in the first three. All the teams are up. There's only 3 players down right now. But we are going to be looking at this potential engagement of Loser Fruit, who got just bonked by a log right there. Maybe, oh God, avoid it. Okay, she's
good.
Someone called Timber. There's a lot of fallen trees going on right now, and it looks like they are actually going to be getting a little bit closer to Velkson's team right there. But Velkson is not going to allow them, and in fact, they are going to disengage. You know, when the explosion happens, I don't think that's going to eliminate any of them, but they are definitely going to take a step back and get these shields up to full.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Rashida got cracked there. Rashida actually goes down. And so now it looks like Velkson and the rest of the trio are really going to start moving on this. Loser Fruit has to get into a vehicle, try to pick up the reboot card at least, because Rashida did get eliminated. Look at all of that loot that got left behind. And yeah, you just have to try to escape and get to the reboot van to be able to get Rashida back into this one. But I feel like Velkson and that trio are going to be really happy with the fact that they kind of put one of these duos on the back foot here.
Oh yeah, Loser Fruit and Ruby players are going to be licking their wounds for just a little bit right there, especially after losing Rachita, and it looked like that was sorry, that somersault or whatever that was hilarious to me. But yeah, Velkson's team, that was a great engagement right there. They knew that they were going to be like having a team go up against them, and they just patiently waited, took the shots when they needed to, and knew that they were going to be able to get some clean shots on that car. And in fact, actually, it looks like they're close again, and this might be another engagement for Loser Fruit and Ruby plays against that team. And yeah, I agree. Get back into the car. You've already lost one player against them. If I were you guys, I would be backing out, and it looks like they are going to be doing that. But Velkson, of Sweet, and Viancy right now going to be just poking around the blimp. Of course, with it just being the first zone, being in this zone is only going to be doing 1 tick of damage per tick. And they already have a launch pad right there. There's other chances of mobility. In fact, they're going to ignore the launch pad, which I don't necessarily agree with. I wouldn't be using my heals if I didn't have to. But we're going to be shifting focus onto Maria's team now.
Yeah, so they're just going to kind of be working their way through and around the Daily Bugle. You can actually see quite a few trios that are actually in that POI that will also need to make a small rotation to be able to get into the zone. I really like that Maria's trio is actually going towards the water's edge, so they're able to spot enemies just a little bit better if they are going to be traveling in from the water. But yeah, looks like Ruby plays and Loser Fruit able to get Rashida back up, and so while they are going to be in the storm's not going to be doing too much damage right now because it is the first one, and this rotation should be really, really clean, and they get to... Oh! Okay, well, as I say that, yeah, maybe let's move on to another trio here.
Nina Meow with a pretty good loadout. No eliminations, but who needs eliminations when you have heightened visibility? And they're just going to kind of be chilling right now. I think the cargo freight is freaking out a little bit, but that's fine. You know, it's a little wobbly or whatever. But Meow just poking down, looking at what is going on around her, and honestly, they don't really see anything happening.
No, I really like this spot, actually. I think that it's a great place to have a nice vantage point over, everything else that's happening. You also get a chance to see where people are going to be moving in, if they're going to be maybe taking a river route. And also, will they spot Michelle's trio down below them? But
it's such a rough angle.
Yeah, this is a
like
rough
they would
angle.
Yeah, they would have to be on the edge of that little like peak of the rock and like looking straight down. I don't think that's a great, even though they do have height, I don't think that's really an advantageous point of view. But Britton Lane getting some shots onto Jenny Smiles right there. One Shot Girl and Deidre all with they have 2 eliminations for their team total right now. But everyone's kind of just taking a moment to kind of, relax, grab their bearings, and figure out what to do next.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely wild. The pace of the game has shifted drastically. And we now have only 9 players that have been eliminated.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh. Okay. So just like I was saying, Sonder, Meow, and Giyu, they do indeed take a quick peek on the edge of that rock, but it is not advantageous to them, especially when the other team has rocket launchers. But here, we do have a great position, not just on one team, but on 2 teams that are engaging. So this might be the longest third party that I've seen as far as range goes.
Yeah, I think at this point, maybe you are able to kind of make a move on this, but also you do have the height advantage, so you may as well stay on height and see if you can try to grab some of these eliminations and also maybe some of these tags. We are seeing Storm Surge start to come through, and Blue's team is going to be above that damage threshold, as is the team that we were just spectating. Oh, I like that really quick kind of glance, like, what color bird is that? Should I go after it? But no, it definitely feel like the focus has to be on alarming Amber's trio that is right below them. Even Michelle actually gets knocked down here and is probably going to get eliminated from this position. Yep.
Oof. And as we were just talking about how passive this tournament was, the elimination feed is going off right now, and players are going to be dropping, teams are going to be dropping as well. And I mean, with so many players alive at second zone, obviously Storm Surge is going to play a part in those deaths. But Miss Positivity, Voxo, and Mama Llama Face. Is there 2 moms here? We got Mama Benji and Mama Llama Face.
I love it. All of it. Fortnite is ageless. Everybody
Yeah.
can enjoy Fortnite here. But definitely Mama Llama Face and the trio needs to get some tags in here. And you can see that they at least were able to bring Soar very, very low. And they're waiting to see whether or not Soar does peek her head out. But also look at the other players that are running in from the zone right now.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
Man. It's unnecessary for that rocket launch, but I want to see it. I want to see someone get eliminated. And it looks like it's primarily used for taking down buildings and things around them.
Yeah, I've seen that. And also, if tanks are allowed, then maybe using the launcher there to potentially try to take down a tank. It's tough to kind of find the right uses for that to get an actual elimination, but unfortunately Mama Llama Face might have been punished for staying a bit too long, and Miss Positivity as well needs to use those shock grenades, but oh no, is not able to escape, and the entire trio gets eliminated there.
There was a second where I thought she was going to make it out, especially when she used that second shockwave grenade, but no, she was not. Reddish, one of our top teams right now, had a little visitor through the window right there, but she was able to avoid most of the damage, but they do know that there is another team, and they're just going to be hiding in this little room right here, hopefully going to be able to have the other team kind of encroach on them and being able to take those shots. But no, Mewpew trying to join them does in fact get some shots. Looks like Dub is going to be dropping down with Headshot Chick staying on the roof. No, she's going to be dropping down as well. Not too certain how the action is going to be playing out right now, but it looks like everyone is at full health. No, Gubba going to be going down right now. Pop Princess so close. I'm sorry, P90 Princess so close to them and does go down as well. Is that going to be, I think that's only 2 out of the 3 teammates though.
Yeah, Gubba is still up. I mean, knocked, but is still alive. But Headshot Chick there as well, unfortunately, going to be eliminated. And so Reddish, Melly, and Girly Bella just continuing to look around to see if they need to clean up anybody else. But they are walking away with a ton of eliminations from that engagement, as we now have to take a look at what Cherry Gums is up to right now with her trio.
Ooh, there it looks like there's a nice party going either in on top or below the blimp, but there is a lot. a lot of players there. And Cherry Gum's team actually has 0 eliminations. But as we saw with a bunch of players having to go down to Storm Surge, they are still able to get some good tags there. And it looks like they're going to be in the middle of the blimp where we have Kay and Chloe, the winner of game number 3, going to be staying on top of the roof. So that just kind of shows how vital these blimps are. They don't just have enough loot and area coverage for one team, but 2.
Absolutely. I mean, there's many layers of this blimp, and there's so much mobility that I do feel like actually, if this zone moves away from this blimp being a viable position, you might actually see some teams get a little punished by it. Like if you're taking a fan to try to rotate into the next zone or something. It remains to be seen what's going to happen after this 3rd zone moves in.
Ooh, and you can see more players going down the elimination feed. Alexa grabbing an elimination as well. Sonder going to be sondering on these players that she took down with her teammates with 4 eliminations. Gyu and Meow following suit as well, grabbing all of these nice items and guns that these players dropped.
Yeah, I mean, you can even see that, like, oh, you wish you could take those big pots, and I feel like in a different iteration of Fortnite, you might have been able to pick those up, but we have to keep looking at the eliminations coming through here as Alexa picks up her 3rd elimination, and that brings the trio's total to 9 as they just sit here and try to get their shields back up.
9 this early? I mean, and yes, it's what we're in zone 4, zone 5, so this isn't technically early for this tournament. We're actually at the end game right now, but this is a great place for them to be in with that amount of eliminations, great loadouts, and I think they have good positioning as well. Caroline's team, though, not the greatest positioning on the map. She is going to be taking some shots, but using those shockwave grenades to bounce herself into a safer position. She does have shields. She's going to be using some of the minis right now, and yeah, might as well use the splashes because your teammates are down. You're not going to be able to use those shields on them. But taking a quick look, making sure no one else is around her right now. We've already seen incredible solo runs from Girly Bella with the car hiding. So Caroline, definitely not out. Yes, hide in the bushes. This is where you need to be.
Well, that was really smart because I feel like out of the corner of her eye, maybe there was somebody else trying to go after her, so definitely use those shockwave grenades to get the heck out of dodge. But yep, I feel like Alexa is just going to try to see who's in the bush.
I don't think anyone is in this bush.
But you gotta make sure.
Now they're in the bush, and they're taking some good shots on some opponents coming by. Caroline does, in fact, go down. And look at this zone. They're right in the middle. They don't have the best physical coverage, but visibly speaking, being in this bush does give them some level of advantage, but they are smack dab in the middle. I'm wondering if anyone's going to try and drop on them, or are they just going to kind of take the perimeter of the river instead?
Oh, I love this vantage point for them. You know, yeah,
it's so good.
They get a little bit of camouflage being in the bush, but they also get a chance to see how all of these teams are actually rotating off of that blimp. And if they wanted to, they probably could have given away their position by trying to do some damage to the players that were dropping down from the blimp, but oh no. Okay, now Girly Bella has spotted it. They're just gonna rain fire into the bush.
Yes. You know what? At this point, just shoot every bush you see, especially with no building. And that protective wall is not going to protect them at all. Reddish actually going to be taking a step back a little bit, playing a bit passively as Girly Bella pokes her head a bit. But Girly Bella, not full on shields. If she's going to be playing this aggressively, I would be at full shields right now. It looks like they have more than enough. And with it being zone 5, I doubt that we're going to be going too much farther into it. But good plays here that we're seeing. Alexa's team, the team that was in the bush, taking those shots, gonna instead go out of it, lay down some of those walls, and revive Alexa.
Getting the revive off is absolutely huge, but this is such a unique area for this zone to be. Look at all of this high ground surrounding this basically bowl, I guess, of low ground coverage. It's so weird, but I love how teams are adapting and adjusting their play style to this zone.
Yeah, it's almost like a peninsula with all this water covering them, surrounded by water on all sides. And it looks like Sonder actually going down to Reddish's team right there. Yes, she does get the elimination off, but Reddish dropping down without full vision. Oh, Reddish goes down. Oh, no. And I believe, who was it? It was Vanessa's team that was able to take her down. She knew where the opponents were in front of her, but she didn't look to the down right area. And that is where the opponent was able to take her down. This player tried to make it into zone, but Massilia able to take her down right there, throwing down the Chug Splashes so that she gets the most efficient use out of those shields. And again, visibility, so important. Girly Bella trying to crawl to safety, but I think it is too late right now.
Yeah, wow, it's just going to be an absolute free-for-all. There's no cover anywhere here. It's just the open ground, which means that the eliminations are for the picking, as Massilia is now making their way over to this other trio that's trying to pick the only cover that is available here. So K-Plant is going to go down, looking for the elimination, but Melly is across the way. They're definitely going to be contesting it here as Che tries to jump on her.
And I believe that was the last player from the third place VR team that does go down. So Che, K, and Chloe are out. Massilia, Malinke, and Peach Cobbler going up against 3 other teams right now. Not 3 full teams. In fact, this might be the only full team in here. I think there might be a duo and then 2 solo players. But as I say that, Melly Pew, a solo player, does go down. And now it comes down to a 3v2v1. Can Vanessa stay alive? No, it looks like she is going to be going down as well. It's now a 3v2. Matasia and Floor Loves Livia going up against this trio. And in fact, Peach Cobbler goes down. So now it is a 2v2.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to start moving in on this, but the shockwave grenades, they just moved right back there, so 180 has to come through, and Massilia is getting so low. Matika as well is the last one alive for this duo, as Malinke is just trying to clean it up and get this victory royale for this 4th game, and there it is with the jump. Malinke, Peach Cobbler, and Massilia with the 4th game's victory royale.
And with 8 eliminations, that right there is actually one of the lowest elimination games that we saw. But we've said at the start of the show, eliminations aren't as important as placement. In fact, you need to get 25 eliminations to even match how many placement points you get for that victory royale. And we saw it in games 1 and 2 with a 22 elimination game and a 23 elimination game. So it is possible. But that right there, going to Malik and Peach Cobbler's team with 8 eliminations, congratulations.
Yeah, awesome stuff. And I love, Kelly, we have had a different trio take a victory royale for all 4 games that we've had so far. And so maybe we'll end up seeing some new trios rise to the occasion for games 5 and 6. Incredible.
We might see some new trios and some new players, but we're not going to be seeing a new face right now. We got Miss Ash back and joining with us. Miss Ash, what a great game.
Oh my gosh, insane game. That zone was ridiculous. I loved it so much.
Yeah, that was so weird and so unique. And I believe we have a unique player that we're going to be interviewing now, correct?
Yes, we are going to be chatting with Fafsa. And I love this interview because Fafsa, with her large platform, she gets to bring on 2 up-and-coming streamers, which is Shaz and Catgirl. So we got to chat and we had a wardrobe change that you will see in just a moment.
Well, let's go see it.
It would be so funny if we're both just bananas all of a sudden.
You know what? Hold on.
Let's go!
I am chatting with the incredible Fafsa, and we're going to be talking a little bit about this tournament and her wonderful teammates. Hey, it's Shaz and Catgirl. How long have you been playing Fortnite and creating Fortnite content?
It's like been about almost a year now, I'd say.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I've been playing since season 1, and I'm like, wow, we have no building now in 2022? This is insane.
Let the world burn.
Right?
Everybody I'm like roping to like come back and play with me is loving it too. So
yes, I'm so excited for this tournament. And let's talk a little bit about your teammates. We have, hi, it's Shaz and Catgirl. How long have you been playing with them?
So we actually haven't really played together as a trio yet, but I've played with these girls both individually as like they've been through my community and have been really, really lovely and supportive. So yeah, we'll be playing soon before the tournament. But they're both just absolutely killing it, and I'm so proud. And I was so excited when I made my tweet. I was like, yes, yes.
Having all women involved in such a huge prize pool is absolutely incredible. But how does it feel to be involved?
There needs to be more of these events. Like there has to just be a space from like official games that host stuff for women so that they can get involved and not feel like, you know, there's any worry in being a part of it. So I think it's really great that Fortnite have put this on and made it available for not only like girls who are on their path to like going pro and really competing in the game, as well as like content creators and other girls who just want to have fun.
Woo! We'll see y'all in the tournament.
It hasn't even started, has just been like super exciting for me because like I really do believe that there just needs to be more spaces and places where girls can be involved with like official games, and this is it.
I love it. This is it. Thank you so much, Fafsa. And Miss Ash, I have to ask, why do you have a banana suit?
I don't know. Honestly, I can't answer that. For reasons like this, I guess.
It worked out. It worked out.
It worked out perfect.
So beautiful.
But I do have to agree with what Fafsa was saying, is that we need more events like this. And I know a lot of people will say like, oh, well, why don't they just join the normal tournaments? But in reality, there is kind of this social blocking that happens a lot of the time where kind of men just dominate the scene and women feel a bit too, you know, standoffish to be able to join these bigger tournaments. And by having these all women's event, it gets to showcase a lot of these incredible players.
For sure. And I would love to see a build tournament as well, so these women can really show off their true skills. So I hope that is in the future.
Oh, without a doubt. And again, Miss Ash, thank you so much for these incredible interviews. Banana suit or not, you were doing a great job, and we love to have you here on Women's of the eRena. And of course, chat, we love to have you here as well. And I know that you're ready for the action, but we do have a quick break. But make sure to come back here in just a few minutes because we're going to be jumping into game number 5 when we get back. And welcome back, everyone, once again to the Women's of the eRena featuring Fortnite. We've already wrapped up 4 incredible games featuring 33 of the best teams that Women's Fortnite has to offer, which means that we only have 2 more games left before we crown our top winners. And, you know, we've already seen in-games bridges and caves and ponds and peninsulas. So what's next, Necra?
I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea. I mean, maybe, I don't even know if this is possible, but maybe we get some sort of end zone above the Daily Bugle. Like, oh gosh. Like, I feel like there are some really, really interesting things that we haven't seen yet for the end games, but like, I mean, everybody's been playing it so well so far.
And the teams that are playing it the most well are right here, our top 5 teams. And Reddish, Girly Bella, and Melly still in first place with 93 points. But I will say, second and third, not too far behind Necra.
They're not too far behind, for sure. I mean, like, Moxie, Malibu, and Yola Martinez, I think it's really impressive to me that them, as well as Elixa's trio, they are not far behind, and they also haven't had a victory royale yet.
And also we have to shout out Peach Cobbler's team right there after that VR, jumping into our top 5. So there is still a lot of opportunity for our top 5 to be shaking up and new teams to jump on top, but it's all about that first place spot, everyone, because that's where the $12,000 is. And if you're just joining us for the first time right now at Women's of the eRena featuring Fortnite, this is the largest all women's event that Fortnite has ever had. A $70,000 prize pool between these 99 competitors. So Necra, I'm just ready to get into game number 5.
I am too, especially when we've had such interesting end games, and also just seeing how even the competition has evolved over the course of the 4 games that we've had so far. It's amazing. And I was even just telling you before we came back from the break, I want to play so badly now because I feel like I am learning such a valuable strategy from watching these incredible women play that I can't wait.
Oh, yeah, but unfortunately, you all are going to have to wait because we are going to have to jump into a quick break right now. But I promise you more Fortnite action after this. Thank you everyone so much for your patience. We just wanted to make sure that all of our players were on the battle bus and ready for game number 5. And it looks like that has happened right now, everyone. So in just a moment, we're going to be jumping into the second to last game. And with how close the competition is in our top 5 right now, Necker, I really can't make any predictions.
I really can't either. I mean, we made some predictions at the top of the broadcast, and we've highlighted some incredible players today, but I want to keep highlighting more of them. I love that we have returning faces that are very familiar in the scene, and also, you know, as we have had those incredible interviews from Miss Ash, we have also seen a spotlight put on some of more up-and-coming Fortnite talent, and you love to see it.
I really do, especially with how Women's of the eRena operates, is that, you know, this is an opportunity for people to shine that don't normally get that platform. And to do that in like a second degree as a top women's player in Fortnite, to showcase maybe some streamers or players that don't kind of get that kind of limelight, it's incredible, and that's what this is all about.
Yeah, 100%. So I love that we get a chance to see so many players here. It is the largest women's tournament for Fortnite, and it's been such a stiff competition so far. But let's go ahead and look at Tilted Towers. It's been a pretty hotly contested POI. I feel like, Kelly, this has always been a favorite POI. Whenever it's around, everybody wants to go Tilted.
When they announced in Chapter 3 that they were going to be bringing back Tilted Towers, everyone lost their collective minds. So yes, definitely. And you can see here, I believe we have 3 teams on Tilted Towers. It looks like one of them is going to be on the blimp, and the other 2 are kind of splitting the POI of the bottom of Tilted Towers, which is a great way to do it. Tilted Towers has, 6-7 buildings in it, so it definitely has an opportunity for you to split that loot in a viable way. And now with the blimp on top of it, that is just more area to cover.
For sure. And I love that, you know, Melly, Girly Bella, and Reddish have kind of consistently taken hold of this blimp, and I feel like that might be one of the reasons why they have had such a recipe for success here during the tournament today, is that they have access to basically the middle of the map, so they can rotate from the increased mobility on the blimp to wherever that second zone ends up pulling. And you can even see with the first zone, they're right in it. They're right on the edge. That I feel like this is gonna be a really good game for them.
Oh yeah, a good start right now, and they are our current first place team, so this is exactly what you want to see. And she's actually already have some vision on an opposing player, alarming Amber right now. Definitely been alarmed from these shots. Gonna be taking the car and trying to get away without damaging the car too much. Reddish looks like she's going to stop shooting. I do believe that one of her teammates is going to be taking a few shots again, but alarming Amber able to get behind the clock tower right there and get some coverage. But I see a tank. And I know that that's not a player tank, but my goodness, if I saw that right now with a giant red exclamation point on the top of it, I would be getting some cover.
Yeah, pretty sure I would also be running away from that one as quickly as possible. But it looks like that tank didn't spot any of our players right now, so they're all safe for the time being, as Alarming Amber, Cutie Ever, they're a little split right now, and I feel like that's a little worrisome when you notice that Girly Bella, Reddish, and Melly have jumped down from the blimp, and Alarming Amber is already taking some shots. Michelle as well under fire here, and might be just some quick eliminations to kick off for Reddish's trio.
I can't believe that Girly Bella and Melly Pew did this actually without Reddish, who just now dropped off of the blimp. That is confidence in a 2v3 dropping down. Great job from this team right here. This is the start that they need to solidify themselves in first place before the final game starts.
Absolutely. I love that they also picked up that augment for the car as well, just to kind of make sure that they're just able to rim through everything. I love that. I don't know, I love that.
They're literally ramming through everything. What wall is left for this building? Is it just gonna float in the air? Nightmare is definitely having a nightmare of a day as 2 of her teammates are down. It is now a 1v3, and it looks like it is going to be a 0v3.
Yeah, a really unfortunate start for this game. number 5, but now it kind of looks like Emma and Mommy Mia might have cleared out Shifty Shafts a little bit here. Hopefully they were able to grab Sonia off the ground, and it looks like the revive might have been able to come through there as, yep, I see it. The overshield is up and charged. And that's great that we can see all 3 of those players up on their feet here as we headed over to Greasy Grove and take a look at how Moxie and crew are doing.
Yeah, Moxie doesn't look like they have too many people. In fact, it looks like they have no other opponents going up against them in Greasy Grove or the surrounding areas right here. And we're definitely seeing a little bit more action. Game number 4 was definitely a bit more of a passive game that we've seen today, but a bit of the aggression is picking up once again here in game number 5 for Women's of the eRena. We only have one more game after this, and they're fighting for that $75,000 prize pool. First place going to be walking away with 15K. That is 5K per player right there.
Ooh.
And that is a nice chunk of change.
Oh, yeah. That is a lot. And that's so exciting to see that these players are going to be rewarded for so much hard work. And I can't wait to see who's going to be walking away with that one. We still have 2 more games to decide it all, so anything can still happen. Is Ripperara is trying to get away, but wow.
Oh,
huge
no.
shots coming through there. And that fall damage is definitely going to be enough to find that elimination.
Rip to rip rah rah right there. I do appreciate the high elimination though, where her body just kind of falls down and reaches terminal velocity before she can hit the ground right there. Now taking a quick look at Batchy, Maddie Bros, and Emery. You know, we were watching them in games 1 and 2, but I haven't really seen them too much in the more recent games.
Yeah, I want to take a look at how they're kind of working their way around here. I really love getting a chance to utilize these gas stations. I feel like the gas stations always have so much loot, and also if you need to, they've got plenty of vehicles to be able to make a quick getaway, and you'll see that Maddie is going to go ahead and load up the car here. Are they going to drive away with it? Okay, there they go. Maybe turn around. 3-point
Okay.
turn. Nice.
There we
There we
go.
go.
She could pass her license test
Did
if she tried.
Wait, they just passed. Did you see that? They passed Cutie in a
Oh
semi.
my gosh.
They just.
That's amazing. You know what? Stay there, Cutie. Don't. She's still not moving. She is, even though there's no one around her, she is still not moving. That is amazing. And from the team that is currently in 4th place right now, I wasn't really expecting that. They should add the augment to their car as well if they can. But yeah, you're in a safe spot.
Yeah, I do like. I feel like that modification is so good, right? Like I really like that it's just kind of helpful for you to just kind of run over everybody and also run through any obstacles that you face. But let's see what they get up to here as a. Batchy's gonna jump out of the car right now, but there's another engagement happening over to the south side of Sanctuary that we definitely need to keep our eyes on, as 5x5 and Sunday have to try to defend Pink Sakura. At the moment, Pink Sakura was downed, has not been eliminated quite yet, but you know that Glue's squad is definitely looking to try to clean up that elimination, and they're trying to figure out how to kind of move in on this. Glue herself also is down. I think the reboot card was picked up, so there should be an opportunity to get that revive through.
Yeah, with it being a 2v2, they're both in a pretty decent position. But as I say that, Sonder does go down. Nina Meow, now the only remaining player of that team. But it looks like she's actually inside and going for the sneaky play right now. But Sunday and 5x5 are going to have to be the Naruto and Sasuke to this Sakura right here if they're going to be bringing her back.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I love that reference. I hope other people caught that reference too. That feels good. I don't know.
If I have the chance to talk about anime, then I'm going to do it.
Let's go. Oh, the Sasuke skin though in Fortnite.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. See, I'm on brand. See,
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
on. So
No, it's very
if
on
I was
brand.
at the they would have yelled at me if I was on the FNCS, but there, it's on brand.
It's on
Thank
brand.
you.
It's in the game. I don't know what else to put it. It's in the game. Sunday though, just waiting very, very patiently, maybe hoping that somebody's going to come through that door. But this is where things get risky, Kelly, because look at where that zone has pulled next. it is away from Sanctuary, so they are going to have to make some type of rotation to be able to get into zone. But there's so much contestation there that it's going to be pretty difficult to be able to do that, I feel like.
Oh yeah, definitely. And Chloe K and Chade not having too much of a difficult time right now. Already in a car, decent loadouts. Looks like they're just going to be taking their time rotating into zone on the other side of the map. But it looks like they're slowly encroaching onto Cutie Ever's team, but no, nope, going in the other direction right there. And in fact, there's really no one in front of them. But even though they're making their way through the Sanctuary, that is not going to be close enough to the zone, so they're just going to be going all the way around it and hopefully not taking any shots. But I say that they're going to need to start taking shots because they're only 51 above the threshold. And with 86 players remaining and their car exploded, Fafsa is going to have to be making some plays right now, right on the edge of zone. There's one team right next to them and another team just north of them. Fafsa going to be throwing down that chug splash to get some shields onto her teammates. And One Shot Girl is down for the other team, Britton Lane. Going into Deidre right there, going to be grouping up a little bit while One Shot Girl is down.
Looks like both of these trios will be able to get the revives off, and so that's great. Shez is going to be back into the mix here, has plenty of shields and pots to be able to bring those shields back up to full, and
I didn't realize all of these were all-terrain vehicles.
Yeah. I think it's funny. I was like, is it the cow catcher that's making that a thing, or is it just the vehicles themselves? I was like, I feel like the cow catchers would be really, really heavy. And so
yeah,
I don't know.
probably.
Maybe a little front heavy. Maybe go for a little bit of a swim here. But Chloe, Kay, and Che have made their way over to the Daily Bugle, and there's a ton of trios here right now. Did we just manifest this? Is this a Daily Bugle end zone?
Yeah, you know how there's like the caster curse? This is the caster bless.
Yeah.
You get to choose how the script works out, and that's exactly what we just saw right there. A little trading going on right now, although she did just drop a pot, and Kay should pick that up and pick it because, you know,
Why not?
why not?
Yeah, that may as well, especially when you have a bit of downtime. Take as much time as you can to make sure that you are healthy, because these engagements for no build have been coming in so thick and fast that you never know when you're going to be caught off guard by something. I love that we're watching Tenzin's perspective as well. You can see that Sunday is off in the distance right now. I have no idea whether she is alone or if any of her trio is still alive, but she is in the storm right now and will have to make her way in. But yeah, you can see where that zone is going to fall, and that is a lot of area to cover for quite a few of these trios for how far south it pulled.
Yeah, it kind of just pulled right, like, you know, south in the middle, and no one else besides two teams were right in that zone. So a lot of people are going to be rotating in, which means that we're going to have a lot of action in the zone. And as I say, you can see the elimination feed popping off right now. Pink Sakura, Malinke, Cherry, Gums, Floors, Livia, 5x. So many people are dropping right now, and it's only zone 3.
Yeah, I mean, Sophie, I feel like, is part of a big reason why the elimination feed is absolutely lighting up right now. Unfortunately, Sailor is going to go down, as well as BBG, so it really is up to Sophie at the moment to see if they can get the revive off for BBG. And oh, it's just gonna go in, because why not?
Oh, unfortunately, that is why not. Although I do appreciate it. Sophie knew that it was a 1v1, but with that barricade up, she also knew that the opponent was bringing up one of her enemies, so she had to go in and make a play. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out for her. But I do appreciate the courageousness that it takes to go into an engagement like that. Loser Fruit entering an easy engagement against P90 Princess, taking her down without much of an effort, and now taking a few more shots on the remaining teammates. But it actually looks like Loser Fruit, okay, I thought she was alone, but Ruby Plays is right there. They're going to be hopping into the car together and making their way out of zone, especially because Ruby Plays no shields. It looks like she had some kind of med miss or something, because I saw a small tick of health go up.
Yeah, maybe a little bit here, but oh, you gotta watch out. The vehicle's very, very low, and it will explode. Both Ruby Plays and Loser Fruit are able to get out of the vehicle before it does so. But Ruby Play is kind of stuck in that skirmish right now. Hopefully, we'll be able to get the elimination. Does get unfortunately knocked down, but now it's really up to Loser Fruit, who still has full shields, but is running out of health right now. I feel like she's just gonna have to go back in and try to get as many eliminations as possible, but to no avail.
Again, that was like a second earlier may have made that difference, but I do appreciate going, I'm not going to make it out of zone. I need to try and get an elimination and going for that, and it just didn't work out. But still, we have one game left for all of these teams after this one to claim their spot at the top. Da, Monster, and Emily Marie right now with 3 eliminations total, taking some shots in a close range fight. In fact, it looks like they're actually getting shot from multiple directions right now. Pixie on one side, BBG's team on the other, but by being in these bushes, they're going to get a little bit of coverage, and I say that they add some more coverage right now with those barricades and some clean shots coming out from Da. Good shots onto Pixie, who goes down. Some more onto it. Actually, Pixie with a sliver of health left, still alive.
Yeah, and I feel like this is the perfect opportunity here. Da can go ahead and try to go for the revive as well, but you can also see Moxie wants to get in on some of this action and will be hitting some shots in their direction, so Da might not be as safe as she thought she was to be able to go for the revive, and it looks like they might just have to leave Emily Marie there as Moxie starts to move in on this, but just leaves to try to go after the rest of the trio. But will go for the elimination now.
You know, I think a lot of these players are seeing that maybe we can't get the placement, so we need to go for those eliminations, especially when it does go down to duos or a solo competition. Then you just need to make some plays because it's going to be so hard for you. Only so many people can be Girly Bella and hide in the car, but Viancy, Velxen right now, a duo hiding behind a little hill right now, and there actually seems to be no vision on them. We do see another team south of the bridge, and it looks like Velxen's team is aware of their position as well because they're not going to try and run in without a lot of help. Moxie, Yola, Malibu right now in the car in the middle of what looks like a rainforest, just kind of making their way around, trying to get some vision on where everyone else is.
Yeah, I actually love that we got a chance to look at the POV for this trio as well, because they actually took out Emily Marie and Da, who were rotating away from that engagement, and so unfortunate they shockwave grenaded themselves into the loving arms of that trio, but they will start making their move because we're at the southern end of the Daily Bugle. I love this zone and I love this area because there's a bunch of natural cover for you to hide behind. It's not like our game 4 end zone where it was just an open field.
Literally just nothing to cover, not even a bush to cover.
The bush got eliminated.
Donkey Games, we've saw a great performance from them in game number 1, getting that second place, and already 3 eliminations from them, and they're going to be standing at the top of the Daily Bugle, which isn't going to do much for them now as the zone rotates just a little bit more south. Nata and Alexa are down. That means that Vanessa with 5 elims is going to be running this solo, and honestly, she's got a great position. She's got this beautiful tree covering her, and grabbing some few elims is going to put them in a good spot right now. I don't think that they were in our top 5. Let's actually take a quick... Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. They were currently in 3rd. Ooh, and as I say that, they go down.
Yeah, the tree can provide some cover, but it's not invulnerable cover. So,
no.
Yeah, you unfortunately will be seeing that elimination come through, but wow, look at where this zone is going to pull next. It is
oh my gosh.
so tiny. And it's also actually not with a whole lot of cover either, it feels like. So you're gonna have to really fight over what is available, but also if you're right in the thick of things right now, you better hope that there's a wall behind you, and of course, some blockades in front of you, and that's exactly what we see here for Chloe, Kay, and Che, who also have the pick of loot right now from previous eliminations that have come through.
But unfortunately, they are going to be forced out of that building as the zone closes in on them, and they're going to be rotating very close to Gubba, but they're not paying attention. They're going to get a great position right here, and the rockets fire off. It doesn't actually hit. They're in the top of the area. Good shots coming out from Chloe right there, but they're in the storm. They need to run. That's going to be a lot of damage in Zone 5 right now, but what a great position. There isn't much height to have, but they do have it, and they're just shooting into the grass. They know that there is a team right there. They may not be able to see it, but they're going to spray and pray. Gubba TV hiding in the bushes. That's my favorite. That's, you know, the ultimate Fortnite strategy.
Of course. And like, I actually saw that Gubba had some net mist available, but wasn't using it, and I feel like that was really smart, so you don't unnecessarily give away your position when you're really just trying to survive through the end game. Unfortunately for Chloe, Chloe's gonna have to try to make a run for it, runs into somebody else, and hopefully they are able to win that engagement.
Oh, it was Dengi.
But oh my gosh.
Oh no, Gubba, who was in the bushes, does go down as well. Dengi is out as well. Straw Hat Amber, you know we were already talking about the ninjas, but now we have to talk about the pirates because this team right here is sailing forward to victory with 3 team members still alive. Is it? This is a 3v2. All right, let's go. Straw Hats going up against 2 players. They already have 8 eliminations, but they do have the low ground, so a bit of a disadvantage for them. But it looks like Gazing Nicole and her teammate aren't sticking together, which is not what you want to do right now. There we go. Now they're starting to group together right now in this final moment in the 3v2.
Oh, this is a really good position, I feel like, for Gazing Nicole and their partner, because look, you can hide right behind those rocks, and then as soon as Straw Hat Amber and the rest of the trio poke their heads up, you can just start taking some shots at them. But looks like they're going in a little bit too much here as they are trying to pop these shields, but Gazing Nicole looks like they're by themselves right now, and with that last shot does get eliminated, and we do see the Pirates, Kelly, take the victory royale.
Ooh, and with 10 eliminations as well. Congratulations to Straw Hat Amber and her team right there. Even though it was a 3v2, they definitely had a more advantageous position there, but being able to like not hide behind the rocks like the opponents were. So really surprised to see how it turned out. But Necra, that's 5 games. We only have 1 more to go.
I know. I'm a little sad. It's been going by so fast, but you know, on the one hand, the fast games means that we get so much action packed into one game of Fortnite, but also does mean that we're at the end of things soon.
You know, I'm really looking forward to looking at our leaderboards and seeing how everyone is positioned. But we have to bring in Miss Ash once again, because one of the best parts of this show are the interviews and the in-depth information that we're able to get from some of these incredible players. So Miss Ash, thank you again for joining us here. Well, there's only 1 game left.
Only 1 game left, and these games have been so incredible to watch, and watching all these women just battle it out for this prize pool. It's been such a good time, and you ladies have been doing an amazing job casting, so pat yourself on the back. You're doing amazing.
Thank you.
Really keeping me involved.
Oh, well, thank you. We've already had an interview with Glue, and we've had an interview with Fafsa. Do we have another player that we're going to be interviewing now?
Yes, our last interview was with Alexa. So, you know, we got to chat a little bit about what it's like being a woman in this industry and creating space for women in the Fortnite community and streaming industry. So let's tune into that.
Let's do.
Welcome everybody. We are talking with Alexa today. How long have you been playing with your teammates Vanessa and Nata?
I think it's been about a year now. We played once, and then eFuse decided to announce that they're running an all-women's tournament, and I was like, I cannot think of a better trio to run it with. Are you gonna play the tournament?
We'll see.
Why
Maybe.
not?
Maybe.
Listen, it's been really fun with the no building.
Ooh, speaking of no building, how did you feel with that announcement coming out?
I loved it. I thought it was really cool. I'm glad that it's bringing back a lot of the OG creators, because I do understand that building can be very overbearing to some people, because it's just an extra skill gap that is hard to kind of breach when you don't put all your time and effort into Fortnite. So I think it's been really fun, and I'm really excited that they brought it in. Or I guess took it out.
And you know, this event is all women. And I'm so I'm so inspired to be a part of this, and talking to you and talking to so many other women, it's just so empowering. How do you feel about this?
I love what eFuse is doing. I played in the previous two, and it honestly just feels really cool seeing so many women not only competing at a very high level and being insane at what they do, but also hyping each other up. I feel like every time we do these tournaments, everyone always hypes each other up, and it's always just kind of like fun, and there's no bad blood really, and it's really empowering as women that, you know, it's a very male dominant field. So having our own little thing that we can kind of show off our skills is really cool, and I'm really happy that they're doing it. And please run more.
more. We want more. Yes, because women exist in games, and we deserve this space. And of course, this being the biggest prize pool across any women's tournament, that is amazing. Are you going to win this event with your team?
Absolutely. I honestly could not think of a better trio to play with than Vanessa and Nod. They're both insane. I'll just carry the heels and be like, hey, yo, I got the vibes. I'm here to have a good time. I'm selling myself short. I'm good at the game as well, so it's going to be really fun. I think we're going to do amazing.
Oh my gosh, you're going to crush it.
I do want to say that there are a lot of amazing women out there that aren't discovered yet, and I really hope that this event gives them a chance to kind of show off their skills and show who they are and what they're capable of, because I know that people are going to be surprised.
That was my favorite interview so far. I mean, the other interviews were great, Miss Ash, but just the positivity coming out of Alexa, who, by the way, she says she's going to win. She's in second place and not far behind first.
Yeah. Let's go. Yes. We were manifesting that in an interview, so we'll see how it goes with our last game. And Alexa, she just pours out positivity, all of her content. You know, she's so kind to everybody. So she was definitely a great person to chat with.
Oh, and Necro, we were talking about it earlier, but there seems to be a little sass going on in our Discord channel with all of these women, and it has to, you know, I agree with what Alexa says. Everyone just supports each other and has fun in these events.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of sass happening in the Discord, but
good sass.
ultimately, like, at the end of the day, as Alexa said, like, it's very clear that all of these women are supporting each other. And sure, yeah, we're here for the competition, but we're also here to hype each other up and, of course, shed a light onto the amazing women that are a part of this community.
Without a doubt. And again, Alexa is actually one of the reigning champs from our previous Women's of the eRena event when she played with Somerset. So to see her here confident and so close to that first place spot, I mean, this is it, everyone. It is the grand finale of the Women's of the eRena featuring Fortnite. We've already finished 5 games, so that means that we only have one more to go here. But of course, you know what I'm going to say. We have a quick break. But this is it, the final game. So grab your drinks, go to the bathroom, maybe a snack, because you're not going to want to miss this. Welcome back for the last time, everyone, here at the Women's of the eRena featuring Fortnite. It is a 6-game tournament, and we just wrapped up game number 5, which means that there is only one left before we claim our first place team, and they claim their lion's share of the $75,000 prize pool, the largest prize pool in an all-women's Fortnite tournament to date. But Necra, what a wild day it's been. I feel like we've kind of seen everything.
We really have, and I'm just kind of I can't even put to words like what we might see next, but I feel like we're also going to see something super unexpected going into this 6th and final game.
But what is not unexpected is to see Reddish, Girly Bella, and Melly up on top right now. They grabbed the VR in game number 1. We saw Girly Bella with her clutch plays hiding in the car. So right now, this is the team to beat. But a team that could potentially beat them right now in 2nd place, it's Alexa, Na, and Vanessa. And Necra, we just got to have a great interview with them, with Miss Ash.
Absolutely, and I think Alexa did such a good job of also being able to highlight that Nata and, of course, their other trio member. They're just like, it's so great to be able to see them get so much attention and also just really be able to show off their stuff. And I feel like Alexa also did a great job of highlighting one of the wonderful things about the Women of the eRena featuring Fortnite, and that's the community that participates in these tournaments really does hype each other up. You know, like even looking at the Discord chat, you can see even after the games when maybe you weren't the winning player or the winning team, you are still like, oh my gosh, like you popped off, and like it's just been really positive comments all around.
Yeah, no, I'm seeing it right now. Right before we jumped into game, I'm seeing hearts, I'm seeing 100s, I'm seeing good look, have funs. That is such an important thing in this competition because one, it's healthy to have some level of like, you know, I like BM, I like kind of trash talk, and I think that there was some, as I called it earlier, sass, but more so just memes going on in the general Discord channel, and it just builds up a healthy rivalry. But again, like you said, Necra, everyone is still supporting each other as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I can't wait to see how the 6th and final game ends, as we're just kind of getting a brief look around of where all of these trios are. We did see Reddish, Melly, and Girly Bella drop into their favorite spot at Tilted Towers. And of course, as we saw at the beginning of this game as well, Alexa, Vanessa, and Nata also dropped into their favorite spot for these 6 games that we've had over by the caverns. And so I think it's really cool to see that all of these trios, especially the ones that are in the top 5 and have played so consistently, are finding a lot of success and finding a lot of value from the POIs that they decide to take.
Oh, definitely. And that's, you know, a lot of it's mechanics, a lot of it's being able to shoot and click good, but also understanding your POIs, understanding your rotations and how that zone closes in on you, and what we're watching Reddish do right now. Just having map awareness. Michelle popped her head out for a second, and Reddish was there ready to take some shots onto her, and getting those storm surge tags, which are quite important. And just to let everyone know, there is only a 15-point difference between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And of course, that is Reddish's team that we're watching right now, Liquid Elixir's team, and then we have Moxie's team, which is the BBG team joined by Moxie. So it is a close competition. After that, from 4th down, it gets a bit farther away, a bit disparaging, but the top 3 all are within contention of grabbing that 1st place spot. I mean, we saw it at the start of the competition with Reddish's team. They were able to grab 22 elims and a VR. That is 47 points right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like that's really what started to set them apart from the other teams, and why they've been able to continue to hold that 1st place spot is because, while yes, there are more points available for where you finish, each elimination is still worth 1 point, and every single point matters. So we're definitely going to see some eliminations come through. However, Kelly, these last 3 games that we've had for the back half of the day have all been a little bit slower paced. Like, we're still 93 up and alive, And at this point in the game, I do feel like for the first 3 games, we had way less than that. Still up and running.
Yes, it was kind of wild how quick and W key those first 3 games were, especially when you compare it to games 4 and 5, where I think we ended off with an 8-game elim and a 10-game elim compared to the 23 and 22 that we saw earlier in the day. So definitely slowing it down a little bit, which is to be expected. They're all learning what the meta is of this tournament, because although there is a generic meta of the season, each tournament provides its own meta, whether that's coming down to the heal-offs, the early aggression, or maybe some more car plays, which we've seen pretty much all of those. But Holly right now taking some shots from Nightmare. Nightmare is definitely going to be the detriment of Holly right there as she does go down. Chrissy and Dania going to be closing in on Nightmare's position as well to join her as Holly's taken down, but they still need to find one more, and it's Danny. It's going to be a 1v3 for Danny right here, and if I were her, I don't know. You want to grab the reboots, but maybe you also want to escape. But Girly Bella in the feed right now, taking down a player and another one as well. Danny actually, she is going in. She grabs an elimination. It is now 1v2. She does have 2 minis, so she should go and get some hiding and pop those minis, and that's exactly what she's going to do right now. Chrissy low as well, but she's also going to be popping some pots. Danny actually getting some help from a third party here.
Yeah, absolutely. I was popping off a little bit because Caroline, Chronic Owls, and Pixie are all going to be moving into Logjam Lumberyard to be able to get in on the action, you know? And I feel like the hard part has been kind of done already. Danny and Miss Chrissy they're trading 2 for 2 in terms of elim, so they are the only players left alive for their trios, and this is really dangerous for them as well, because now Caroline, Els, and Pixie all know that they are here and that they're down a couple of members if they've been paying attention to that elimination
And look at the map.
feed.
Another team is coming in, but they're kind of going straight over Logjam. Actually, they're completely avoiding Logjam. Maybe they don't want to be a part of that third party, but I thought we were going to be seeing even more action here at Logjam. But Caroline actually backing off, grabbing a vehicle right now, potentially going to be picking up her teammates. But Danny, you can see her name off into the distance. It actually looked like she was quite low right there, but low doesn't matter if you're still alive and able to hide.
Yeah, and hiding is a really good play right now. If Danny can stay up while the rest of the trios get out of Logjam, then you have access to the reboot van all to yourself. So maybe you are able to get your teammates back into this game. But taking a look at Yola, Moxie, and Malibu, who have also been doing some blimp landings with Coney Crossroads as their favorite blimp location. Can definitely see a couple of trios below them, most notably though Vanessa and Himzu, that are trying to also potentially make a getaway in a vehicle.
Speaking of vehicles, looking at Maddie Bros, Batchi, and Emery right now. And they've had a pretty hot and cold day. I definitely feel like we've seen them in the end game a lot, but then also we've seen them kind of go down a little early. So kind of taking a look, actually they're currently in our 4th place spot. They are a bit far away from first place. I think it's a 31-point lead between them. But we've seen, if top 3 goes down, and this team is able to grab a lot of eliminations, they do have a chance to get first place. But this isn't just only first place wins money. The better position you are, the more money you're going to earn. So regardless of if they can reach first, they are still going to be doing everything they can to get as many points as possible. Deirdre, I should say, down a teammate, and she herself taking some damage, low on shields. But Britton Lane at full health, full shields, is going to go for the aggressive. And looks like she's going to be coming close to keep up radio as she is shot from behind.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, Britton Lane might have to try to maybe draw some attention away so that Deirdre can get one shot girl back on her feet. As you can see the vehicle approaching to be able to get closer to her location. But look at the kiting happening here. Oh. Britton Lane gonna pop out from behind the tree, take out the shotgun, and try to do as much damage as possible, but does get downed, as now it's really gonna be up to hopefully one shot girl getting the revive on herself and maybe making her way out with the remaining player in that trio.
Oh, I think Deirdre and One Shot do go down though, so unfortunately that is going to be it for them. But now we are going back onto our 4th place team. Maddie Bros here, 2 eliminations for this team, so a pretty good start. They are definitely not going to have to worry about Storm Surge, which is activated for Zone 2 right now. 4 teams already down. One of those teams is going to be Fafsa, actually. I don't know if it's her whole team or just her, but going down quite early into the competition.
Whoa. Did yeah, so Fafsa's elimination is surprising, but also the car I didn't know vehicles could fly in Fortnite.
You didn't know?
No, I really didn't. That must be a new feature of Chapter 3 Season 2.
Ooh, some of those long-range shots, but as I say that, more long-range shots are coming from the peakiest of the peaks, and Maddie Bros is actually going to have to give up her height position there and even use one of the walls. I actually don't necessarily agree with that, although she does have 3 remaining, so it's not like she has just given up all of her utility right there. But yeah, Maddie Bros taking those long-range shots as she was focusing in the opposite direction. That could have spelled disaster, but looks like they're fine now.
Yeah, it looks like they're okay. It looks like they might be trying to figure out where they want to go next. That storm is closing in, which means that we will see the next zone hopefully pretty soon here, as Girly Bella and Reddish, they keep playing the camouflage game. As there isn't a car or a bush. Wait a minute. Their skins actually make a lot of sense now. They like to drop towards the north side of the map with all the snow. Ooh.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea. If you're going to be in the snow zone and be able to kind of get some camouflage, and now they're getting that extra camouflage being in these snowy bushes right now. But someone that's just kind of chilling, hiding behind a tree, all by themselves. They do have some floppers in their pocket, but they're not going to be using it right now. We got Of Sweet.
Oh yeah, I would just chill.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, you're not taking too much damage. You're in the zone right now, sort of. Well, you're gonna have to take a little bit of headway, but uh-oh. Alright, looks like that vehicle is starting to smoke. It's about to lose all of its shields. A perfectly timed jump, even though they do have to slide through a little bit of the fire. But Reddish, Melly, and Girly Bella will be able to make their quick escape, even trying to share some items with each other, but not for long, as they are still taking fire from up on the hill. And Reddish definitely sees those players, has them in her sights, as I feel like Princess, Headshot Chick, and Gubba do have to be a little careful, knowing that they are up right now against the first place squad.
Yeah, but also I can see myself tunnel visualing on the #1 team as Girly Bella, the car queen, goes down. Reddish and Melly Pew are now going to be in a duo competition, able to get some good tags right there against Gubba. Can she clean it up? It looks like she's going to be able to hide behind the wall, and Reddish is going to have to actually, no, Gubba does go down. Can Reddish actually get the fold down onto him? It looks like it's actually Yola and Pixie that are going to get that final elimination from completely different directions. There was just so much action going on all around, and Melly Pew and Reddish cannot go down right now. Elixa was so close to them, and although they were in first place, only a few points separate them. And to already have a team down with 28 teams remaining, they do not want to be here right now. So they're playing it safe, they're playing it slowly, and they're going to see and weigh out their options.
Yeah, this is a tough position to be in, because you can see Princess and Headshot Checker right there. They do have a height right now, as well as some really nice cover. You can see the med mist going through to make sure that they do have some health to be able to make it through the storm as that starts to close in. Ooh, that weapon looks a little juicy. Might have to make a pit stop for that before they make their way towards zone. But you can see also Elixa, Nata, and Vanessa right there by Bachi's trio. This is going to be a great position for them again, though. Elixa, Nata, and Vanessa, I feel like constantly find themselves towards the middle of this third zone, wherever it ends up being.
And that's why they're in second place. Rotations and map awareness is such a key part of this game as they go for E-Girl right there. And it looks like actually a few shots are going to be coming from them from the eastern side. So they're going to be walling up real quick right there as Vanessa's down, but they are not in a bad spot. Both of them are going to be able to quickly revive her. And with all of the minis and pots in there, yep, looks like some chug splashes are going to be going down to get her shields up. Will she be able to get her full health? I don't know actually if they have any green heals.
They might not, and that's okay. I feel like shield's going to be definitely the more important factor as long as they're not going to get caught out by the storm. But take a look at that. Maddie Bros is going to be... Ooh, so close to elimination there, but she doesn't get knocked out. Keep Up Radio will be eliminated, trying to move in on that trio, but it's just going to be an all-out brawl here as this zone has pulled towards the eastern side.
Ooh.
And a lot of trios are going to have to start moving in from the west.
That zone pulled perfectly into Elixa's favor right now. As the zone gets smaller, more people are going to have to rotate into her area, and she has the perfect height and the perfect position. The only thing that's a risk is that they're kind of in this monument, so a lot of eyes are going to be towards them, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be eliminated. That just means that more people are going to be avoiding them. And with the eliminations they have, they don't really need Storm Surge tags. I think Moxie right there does have more of a height advantage, but they're going to be rotating into zone, and that's just going to allow Elixa, as we just saw, to take those clean shots. Some shots coming in to the eastern side, but Elixa just hops over the rock, and bam, they're safe. We're going to be shifting focus now onto Dangy, who goes down. In fact, I think her whole team went down, and the Pirates from Straw Hat Amber are going to have a successful engagement.
They are, but not before another party is looking in their direction here, as the gas station looks like it's going to be a hotly contested place. I love the positioning that Straw Hat Amber and her trio are taking right above that garage door, but now they don't have a whole lot of time to sit and relax, as there are a ton of trios now looking at them from both the north and the south as the storm starts moving.
Look at all these walls, though. They have like at least 5 of them protecting them. I love that. You can't really predict where they're going to be, so by having 5 of them, it's kind of just like, you know, follow the ball underneath the cup situation and hope you pick the right one.
Yeah, and maybe then if they, as long as there's like any missiles around, they're gonna be okay. But you can see the keg in the distance as well to be able to keep those shields up. Or maybe it was actually just some chug splashes, but regardless, there's some shields. Elixa is going to be able to crack those, but not before a few more chug splashes can start to go down, as Emery is continuing to also pepper in that damage. A quick slide to try to get away, but the rest of the trio will get taken out, as now Elixa and trio look like they got their eliminations stolen.
Shoutouts, though, to Obs right there in production for that beautiful 3-shot with Elixa's Hill being rotated on, just showcasing what an advantageous position they are in. However, you see that 5th zone, it goes just right out of their area, so they are going to have to move, and it looks like they're not going to be able to stay on that hill right there. So where are they going to be rotating? Well, it doesn't matter, because they're going to be eliminating everyone that's going to be rotating there before they do. Maddie Bros, Batchy, and Emery at the bottom. They were in 5th place after that last game, so they have everything to lose right now as they're trying to grab so many points. And with 7 eliminations, only 6 teams remaining. Necra, this is it. This is the final battle.
This is the final battle, and a lot of our top teams have already been eliminated here. It really is just up to Elixir right now to continue to keep it strong and hopefully move into that 1st place position. But we will see so many players get low here, as it's a couple of trios. Now it's a couple of duos, as Emily Marie is going to get knocked down. Elixir is going to start moving in on this, as Vanessa also takes an aggressive approach, as there's 2 players behind those trees. But that's just it, Kelly. There's only 3 teams remaining.
They already have 12 eliminations. They have okay ammo. May have to get a little bit closer for the shotgun, but they have good shields. They still somehow have height, even though this looks like a pretty even playing field. But Nata goes down. Alexa is up. Maddie Bros, Emery, and Batchy, the 5th place team, they're going to be going on the aggressive, even though they have the low ground. Maddie Bros actually decides to back off a bit. She's not going to go for the aggression. Alexa able to get that pick back onto Nata. Emily Marie gets so low, but it's Maddie Bros that goes down. Batchy is now going to be going in. 8 eliminations for this team right here. They are definitely going to be climbing up the ranks. Alexa has no shields. Neither does Nata and Vanessa. All of them are shieldless. They need to be popping those minis right now. I don't know why they are. They could potentially be tunnel visioning just a little bit and not getting the, but it doesn't matter because the VR goes to Alexa, Nata, and Vanessa. A full trio with 17 eliminations. They were last in 2nd place before that game. Were they able to beat out Reddish and grab that 1st place spot? You can see the focus on Alexa's face. You see the communication coming out. Was it enough?
Oh, the reaction though when Alexa gets that victory royale, that pop off, I love it. I feel like she knows. I feel like she knows at this point, whether it's a 1st place or it was just to grab the victory royale. What an incredible performance from her and her trio. And they made the right call, Kelly. Just go for the frags. Just go for the frags and go for those eliminations.
And that's what, it wasn't just that though. They had a good early game. They had great positioning on that hill and they were had great map and awareness. And then once they lost that hill, they had good aggression. Like you said, they were able to revive their teammates as there was players shooting around them. Just overall, every aspect of the game, they played out perfectly right there. But again, we saw Reddish's team go down early. Was it enough for Alexa's team to come out on top? Well, we're going to find out, everyone, real soon. But for right now, we're going to be jumping into a break. But when we come back, we got Miss Ash and we got an interview, so don't miss it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Women's of the eRena featuring Fortnite. We have just wrapped up our 6-game series of the biggest all-women's Fortnite tournament to date. $75,000 were on the line, with first place walking away with $15K. And Necra, I honestly, there's so many things that can happen in a Fortnite event, and I feel like we got to see everything today.
Oh yeah, and especially when we got a chance to also see how zero build competition would work. I feel like we got such a treat today, being able to watch some incredible women Fortnite players compete against each other, and also what strategies they come up with. It was really, really fun to watch.
And I love it when the end games shake up a little bit. And although the end game objective might not have changed too much, the end game position definitely did. But in the end, it did go to Alexa, Vanessa, and Na with 142 points. We actually got to hear Miss Ash's interview with Alexa before that final game. And she said, Necra, I am confident that we are going to win.
Oh yeah, Miss Ash and Alexa, they wrote the script for this tournament. I feel like it was just so cool to see that come to fruition, and Alexa and her trio earned it. And I just cannot wait to get a chance to talk with her, because I just gotta pick her brain about all of the strategies that she and her trio came up with for this event.
Well, it's great that you say that, because we have Miss Ash and we have Alexa joining us right now. Alexa, first of all, congratulations, the reigning champ from the previous event, coming back once again as the captain to claim that first place spot.
Oh my goodness. Alexa, I want to cry for you right now. I am so proud of you. Your team did so good. Oh my gosh. Round of applause again, ladies. Round of applause. What a fantastic game. I want to kind of ask you about your strat, because I saw the strat with you all landing on Command Cavern, and that worked pretty well. What other strats did you prepare for this tournament?
The only strat I prepared is sitting in a bush and accidentally shockwaving us outside the bush, but we're not going to talk about that one. Our strat was honestly just going from rotating to zone with either a car or getting into a bush, so we could just beam the people that are running around in the open. So we always tried to get into zone first, and then we just used our aim and we lasered.
I saw laser beams, girl. I saw them. You, Vanessa, and Nata killed it. Okay, we got to give mad props to her teammates too.
Props to Vanessa and Na, because they're literally the best. Literally the most amazing girls I've ever played with, and the most amazing. Sorry.
So good.
Don't be sorry.
Let's talk about the chemistry y'all had throughout your matches.
They're just very they're my type of people to where they can vibe with me. Even if somebody makes a small mistake, we're not going to be mean to the other and be like, it's your fault, because that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
We're always just trying to keep each other up and keep our vibes up. And honestly, when it comes to having good vibes, that's usually when you do your best. So that was the chemistry.
Yeah. And with the positivity you emit to your audience and your community, Alexa, I know the vibes were immaculate. So that's what won you the tournament. So congratulations again. I'm so proud of you and your team.
It was all Vanessa. No, okay.
We manifested, girl. We manifested.
Yeah, we did.
I love it so much, and I love that you not only had maybe a little bit of experience playing with Vanessa and Na before this tournament even started, but also that you all put up consistent performances throughout all 6 games. So talk us through that a little bit of what really made you stand out to be able to continue to capture so many eliminations and also just so many high placements for each of these games. Was it just the strategy of rotating early?
I think the biggest thing is we always kind of just got a position where we had angles on people, but we also were blocked off from the blimps in the sky. We were always behind a wall or in a bush where they couldn't really see us, so we were able to laser everybody that was getting lasered by them, and we would kind of steal some kills here and there. But we were just very smart positioning, and it allowed us to get all our kills. I think we had how many kills? A lot. It was a lot.
You guys had a lot.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
It was too many to count. I feel like
62 total, I believe.
Okay, Vanessa got 61 of them, and then I.
Talk us through also like how is that different in terms of strategy from like having Fortnite with builds and then also switching to competitive Fortnite without builds?
Yeah, I think when it comes to no building, you have to literally use what you are given to get out of the way of the line of sight of people. Kind of like the other battle royale games that are out there, they usually, you just have to have good movement. And I feel like in the end, good movement and positioning especially wins you games, because if you don't have a good position, you're just going to get focused and then you're gonna die.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Alexa, you're representing Team Liquid, and how does that feel to represent such a big team in esports right now and to grab first place?
A surreal feeling. Steve was in my chat. He gifted 50 subs. Steve's the one of the heroes.
Heck yeah, let's go, Steve. All right.
It's crazy. I love Team Liquid. They're literally like my family. I just want to give them a big hug. But I couldn't ask for it to be a part of a better team, and they help so much, and they're doing so much for women in gaming, and it means the world to me to be a part of an amazing team and just be able to do what I do because it's super cool.
I completely agree. I actually got to work with Team Liquid recently and interviewed a bunch of incredible women that work behind the scenes, but I need to focus on Fortnite right now. The final game, it was you and one other team. What was going in your mind in those final moments?
I don't think I was thinking anything. I think my brain just kind of is mush right now. I can't even answer the question. I was just trying to hit my shots and get the last kill so that we win the tournament, because we knew we were very close. We knew we had to get it.
Oh yeah. You guys walked in there into second place and you finished out the game, grabbed the VR, and winning this tournament for Women's of the eRena, which is such a unique and incredible experience. What exactly does that mean to you?
You mean getting the win? What does that mean to me? Or
winning the whole thing, winning Women's of the eRena?
It's really cool what eFuse is doing with the whole Women of the eRena, because like I feel like they're really the only people that have ever, like, really not ever, but like in Fortnite wise, they've done things for women. I don't really see any other competitions doing that, and it's really surreal winning, because like my first time ever playing in the eFuse one, I got second place with Kayla with Somerset, and then the last one we got first, and then this one we got first. So I think the biggest thing that it makes me happy, because it gives all these women like the comfort to be able to perform at such like a competitive level. It gives the women like the confidence to want to play. It gives people the exposure that they're looking for. Like if they're really, really good, you will see that in these tournaments, and it makes me really happy, and I love that they're doing it, and please keep doing it.
Oh, I am without a doubt sure that we're going to keep doing it here at Women's of the eRena featuring Fortnite. And Alexa, I know that you've already talked about your teammates a little bit, but real quick, give them the shout outs, whatever their socials are, so that more people can follow them.
Vanessa, VANESSUH on Twitch. She is literally my favorite human being on this planet. She is my queen. Nata, NAWTAW on Twitch as well. She is the best. She's insane. Holy, I love them so much, and I'm so happy that they're my teammates. I asked Vanessa, and I was like, please play with me, please play with me. And she's like, okay, I'm happy now. And now we're here, and I'm happy. And they literally, all the love, please give it to them, because they deserve it more than I do. Just go over there.
But also, if you guys want to give some love to Alexa, she's at Alexa. You can see it below there. Alexa, thank you so much, and congratulations on winning that $15,000 of the Women's of the eRena featuring Fortnite.
Thank you for having me. It was so much fun.
Thank you so much again. And of course, Miss Ash, thank you for joining us here. Me and Necra have had to do this alone the last 2 times. Having you here has been such a pleasure.
Thank you so much for having me. I want to do this over and over again. So if you need me, I'm here. Okay.
We need more Fortnite content. So
yes.
I mean,
definitely agree. Well, Miss Ash, before we send off, any final thoughts?
Thank you to eFuse for having me, and thank you Fortnite for always paving the way for women in gaming. There's no other game that takes the time to do this. Honestly, I can't name a game right now that's doing this. Fortnite, they take the time to listen to their community and, help sponsor these events to make it a fun time. So thank you so much. And a shout out to our amazing casters, killing it this entire day. So thank you so much, everybody, for supporting this event. It's so important to support women in gaming. So there's to more.
Undoubtedly. And Necra, it's always such a pleasure to work with you. How do you want to end off the show?
I just want to say, again, a huge thanks and just kind of echo what Miss Ash said. Thank you so much to Fortnite and to eFuse and to all of our players and our production and our talent team. this has been so much fun, and I'm so excited that we got a chance to view so much high competitive Fortnite, and it was such a treat, and I hope all of our players had fun. I hope chat had fun, and I can't wait to see the next event.
It has been an absolute pleasure. Everything that they have said, I am just going to echo it. So again, thank you to everyone here, to everyone behind the scenes, and to all of our incredible players. And this is definitely not the last one of the Women's of the eRena featuring Fortnite. So make sure to follow eFuse. Make sure that you get to be a part of this tournament next time, because we definitely want to see you. But until then, have a good one.